Hello, hello, hello. Uh, just when you thought Splatoon 3 was dead and done with, they bring it back. So after the Grand Festival ended, they kind of revealed what would be in store for the rest of the game. And that means all the seasonal Splatfests will be returning, and with new themes as well, so it's not entirely recycled. Such as the theme for today's, which is it Wizard versus Knight versus Ninja, of like what would you be if you were in a fantasy world or whatever. And I think I'm a healer. I think I'm a magic based, maybe. I'm not much of a physical fighter, but when it comes to MMOs, I do tend to play like kind of the DPS classes and physical, or at least like ranged. I do like a mixture of both melee and magic, and more so focus on support. So my logic of choosing wizard, but you know, it's a Halloween Splatfest. Honestly, it's like, what costume do you want? Do you want to be a witch? Do you want to be a knight? Do you want to be a ninja? Yeah, whatever. I'm a witch. I'm a wizard. I'm whatever. Yeah, hello that guy from somewhere, and hello subject. Welcome to the stream, and anyone else out there lurking right now. It's already October 26th. We have like 5 days until Halloween. I'm kind of like panicking here. I'm like, oh wow, I gotta do Illbleed. I gotta do the yearly Illbleed run. I can't miss that. And then I want to do a VR Halloween stream this year, so we'll be going in VR chat for, I think, Halloween night to spoil the surprise. Not that there really is any surprise, but I'll explore some spooky maps with you guys, and you know, just have a little bit of a Halloween vibe to it. Last year for Halloween Day, I did like a big sampler pack of like all kinds of spooky like horror games, and like, well, not exactly horror, but like horror adjacent. They were spooky in nature, but they're not necessarily like, oh my god, this game is so scary, I can't play it anymore. It's just like old games that have the kind of Halloween vibe that I tend to like. And I'm still pretty proud of that stream in general, because there's like a little bit of an endurance thing. For me, like, what is it, like 7 or 8 hours nearly, and a variety pack of like all kinds of games that just had a spooky theme to them. Yeah, go check it out if you're interested in that kind of stuff. How am I? It's been a while since I've watched your streams. I mean, I haven't been streaming much this month. Bad things happened this month, and so Halloween, unfortunately, kind of took a backseat to everything that was going on, and I don't know. I was a little burnt out this season. It could have been a better year for Halloween, but maybe next year will be a better year for Halloween. I will hopefully try and make next year an even better year than this one, and I won't be hit with bad news immediately as the month starts. Anyways, let's head on inside. You guys like my hat? My goofy little witch hat? Thank you. Thank you, Mobile Suit Grundle. Thank you, thank you. Subscribed for 5 months. That's too long to be subscribed to me. Unsubscribe now. I'm not worth it. I'm not worth it. I keep complaining to everyone that like I don't stream enough for anyone to give me money. I'm not worth it. I'm not worth it. Anyways, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really always bad at showing appreciation, saying thank you. Yeah. I guess back on topic with Splatoon 3. We'll have Halloween, we'll have Christmas, we'll have spring, and we'll have the summer events always returning. I don't know if they'll do anything in between, but But yeah, I pretty much like thought Splatoon 3 was gonna be done with, and that they weren't gonna do Splatoween again. But I guess nope, they had plans, and it wasn't just recycling the same Splatfest over and over again. It's a completely new one. So we had this big send off for Splatoon 3 with the Grand Festival, and now it's back. But hey, I'm not complaining. Gives me a chance to play this game again and ramble about bullshit for 3, 4, 5 hours maybe. I wonder if you are actually the hat and the body is a puppet. Nah, it's just a hat. It's just a hat. The slime hair is able to, he's able to peek out from the hat. Bet. I hope next year is better for me in general. Like, it feels like something bad always happens during October for me for the past 2 years. Well, this year included, actually. It was just, I tried to make last year as best as I could for Halloween season, so I'm still really proud of, like, what I did last year in terms of being a VTuber and stuff. But the SSD crash, or SSD failure, like, fucked everything up. And for, like, a solid week, I was just, like, going insane. And then this year, it was, bad news from the dentist. You have a bunch of cavities that need to be filled, and yeah, and then, that puts a drain on the wallet a bit, and that's never good news when you don't have dental insurance. I love being American. I love that all of our food is loaded with like 100 tons of sugar, and that no matter, well, I won't get into it. I won't get into it again. Oh man, it's just like everything like cursed is happening like every October. This is the month where I'm supposed to go ham. This is the month I'm supposed to like be crazy and like festive and Halloweeny, but all I do is complain. All I do is bitch. I'm like a broken record. Bad things keep happening to me, and I just want to stream. I just want to stream and do cool things and like make art, and then my motivation plummets and dies because of these things, and so here I am. But at least like the Splatoon stuff was always nice because they're kind of like low effort streams, but they're at the same time, I do put effort into the Splatoon presentation streams, even though they kind of don't deserve it, or maybe they do deserve it. I don't know. I drew up this hat today, and it's like, okay, I have to have a goofy witch hat for the witch-themed Splatfest, basically. Ricky needs braces. Yeah, probably, again, I gotta get, like, Invisaligns or something. You know, when you get braces and they're saying, like, now you gotta wear a retainer for the rest of your life, I was just like, what the fuck? What do you mean I gotta wear a retainer for the rest of my goddamn life? I hate dentists so much. I fucking... Why did whatever cruel god design all living creatures decide to give them fucking, like, exposed bones in their mouth that will, like, rot and, like, need correcting? And, like, why are we just, like, so genetically fucked up? Anyways, hello to everyone who has arrived, like Mobile Suit Grundle, Scarf the Smith, Dubious, anyone else I probably missed, anyone else who is lurking. Welcome to the stream. Don't expect anything special. I'm just gonna be playing Splatoon 3, and it's gonna be a Halloween event in the game. So, oh hell yeah. Last year's Splatoween was actually zombie versus skeleton versus ghost. Big Man has won every single seasonal event Splatfest, and I'm thinking this is probably going to be the 5th year in a row, because I feel like Ninja is going to be a strong contender of winning, and I think, if anything, Wizard, aka Witch, is going to probably be second. I think, like, Knight this time around is the most unpopular of all the choices. We will see. I would like to actually win at least one of the Splatowings. Will they be doing this another year from now? Who knows? I think by then, maybe the next Nintendo console will be out, and maybe we'll have Splatoon 4. I don't know how long they're like gonna keep on continuing support for like some new content, but I'm at least happy they didn't completely drop Splatoon 4 and say, alright, pack up, fuck off, we're not doing anything with this ever again. But admittedly, I haven't been playing Splatoon 3 that much. Since Grand Festival, like, actually, I don't think I even, like, have launched it since the Grand Festival. Did I even... No, I think I definitely did get my reward for Grand Festival. I had to have gotten my reward for Grand Festival. If not, oopsies. No, I've definitely launched. I have to have. Now I'm doubting myself. Oh well, it's like Super Sea Snails I'm not gonna use for anything, so who cares? Just surprised to see another Splatfest in general. Yeah, like... It's just the seasonal event ones that I think are coming back, and maybe they'll have like the odd, maybe sponsored ones here or there. It's pretty interesting. This is like kind of like the first time in a while they're doing something like this, I think. Where after Splatoon's shelf life has essentially kind of like died, we're finally like getting a Splatoon game where they're still gonna like support it. And they aren't just gonna like drop everything like cold turkey. We continue on, but not as a. I mean, updates and new weapons and all that. Probably not gonna get anything like that. It's just gonna be Splatfests are still gonna happen, maybe like 4 times a year. Which I think is like it's still life support in a way, but it's still nice we get it. It gives me something to do during the holidays. So I'm not complaining. This means we'll get another Christmas Splatfest, and we'll get another summer Splatfest, and we'll get another Easter Splatfest. Yeah, I'm trying to like think. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, they brought back the hats from last year as well, so I will show you, well not last year, but like the Splatoon 2, so I will show you how to get those hats. Just give me a second and we will jump over to the game in just a moment. Sorry, I'm like really awkward at talking, but I'm kind of a little bit rusty with streaming, and I'm just generally not good with talking. Let's go! Alright. Let's go to the news section, because I haven't even, like, claimed these yet. Where is it at? Oh yeah, there's, like, a ghost Pokemon outbreaks, too. A good time to get shinies of, like, any of these ghost Pokemon that you want. I haven't been bothering with the Pokemon games, honestly. I'm kind of, like, burnt out on, like, all their little micro events that they were doing. Crow's gonna join us. Whoa, there he is. Yeah, here we go, the OG hats. We have the Jiangshi, we have the Devil Horns, we have the Chuckwood. A little bit of Rickubus lore if you watched the Friday the 13th for the NES VOD. Where I basically just like always thought that Jason was called Chuckwood because that's what my dad would call him for some reason. And so that name always like stuck with me. And then the Anglerfish. We're gonna launch the game from here. I know my big goofy hat is gonna get a little bit in the way of the gameplay, but honestly, who cares? That's what big goofy hats are kind of for, you know? I haven't even voted for a team yet. Let's hope I don't fuck up at the last minute. Like, wouldn't that suck if I selected the wrong team? So, sneak peek where Wizard is definitely popular. We have the Grizzco shift at the fucking boat. God damn it. I don't know if I want to do the boat. It depends on how good the weapon rotation is. Did they not give me my Actually, it would, Okay, don't fuck this up. Then my controller suddenly drifts and I choose Ninja. Right. The terminal is where I go to, like, pick it up. Let's, make myself a little bit festive, though. I'm not actually gonna wear any of the old hats, because I just remembered I could flex on everyone, because I have Amiibo. That's not the witch shoes. Where are they? Ah! Oh yeah, I should like do the splash tag as well for Halloween. I gotta like remember all the controls. I'm like so out of there we go. So out of practice with Splatoon already, because it's like been a couple months, it feels like. There they are. Actually, train station. We did. Did we not? See, like I'm trying to remember the time frame, but this actually might be new. Actually seeing like Splatoween with this area. What are their outfits? Yeah, I'm like trying to remember because I think that was like earlier this year that DLC came out. And so that would mean like Halloween was entirely skipped. I don't know why I'm like doubting myself on the time frame of this like right now. But I may as well, like I doubt anything has changed here either, because like this is around too. Spooky Tanuki. Is that detail new? Not the best costumes, but still cute. Cute. But let's go back to Splatsville. I feel like they could have did better with them now, but they're probably so busy with a lot of the other stuff that, like, Halloween was unfortunately just like the first seasonal Splatfest that they did. In doing so, like, they're gonna have to like cut corners in some ways. I noticed like what is it? The victory music. Some songs, like, they did really good with the songs that we have now, but they could have done even better if they had a little bit more time to prepare Halloween. Because there were some more details that were added in future seasonal Splatfest that, like, nice little smaller touches and everything. You got, like, the zombie slime this year. There's a little, skeletal fish. Alright. They added like table turf battles online. I forget like when that even happened because I never scroll up to even see them. Like, wait, what? Okay, we still haven't reached the halftime, so what are the sturgeon? Yeah, I think I want to start with open first. My gameplay is going to be absolutely dog shit. I am not going to be an award-winning Splatoon player with this stream. I am so out of practice. And maybe that's like a good way for me to like try and master doing this. God, my neck is so stiff right now. Not good, not good. Hello, Doc Irving. These bombs aren't around for the last time, too. We got the Nickelodeon colors going on here. Name a more iconic duo than, like... Well, actually, I say Nickelodeon colors, but that's just me being brainwashed. We have pumpkin colors going on. Green and orange together. Good spooky Halloween colors. I was like one of those kids that always wanted the slime, but when my parents are like, no, you're gonna like get that all over everything. It's gonna be a nasty mess. And then I did convince them to like get me some Nickelodeon slime. That was like cool for a while, but I was very careful to like keep it in its container, but then like it just kind of dried up and just did not like once you crack those things open, it seemed like they just dried up instantly. It's crazy because Nickelodeon is going so hard with the nostalgia stuff that they brought back their slime, but I haven't like watched the Nickelodeon channel in forever. I don't even like know if it still even exists. Yeah, I'm sure it actually does exist, but I'm just like, there's nothing good about it. What cartoons are even on there? They got rid of all their old stuff. They sure as fuck aren't making anything new that's like good that you would want to watch. Would like it even be profitable for them to air their old series? Would we get like reruns of Ah Real Monsters, Rocko's Modern Life, and Invader Zim? Like, Rugrats? Are they just, like, so focused on making new shows that no one likes or talks about, and making CGI reboots of SpongeBob and, like, 5 million SpongeBob spin-offs that no one asked for, no one wanted, and aren't probably even good in the first place? I know there's, like, a SpongeBob episode where they turned Bubble Bass into a Nostalgia Critic knockoff. That was kind of like, what? That's where SpongeBob has gone, huh? Oh, fuck. We definitely won that one. Makes me want a mallow cream pumpkin, though. But it is after cavities, no. I'm gonna try and, like, lay off the candy and, like, not really... I mean, I haven't really been eating that much candy, but... They got the same hat fist bump happening right there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like when it comes to like I haven't been like really eating much candy. I've laid off the stuff for the past year, but still, COVID really like messed with dental plans and like seeing a dentist, and then like my dentist basically retired and a new dentist kind of took over the office, and then I'm kind of like, when you've been seeing the same dentist for like such a long time, going to a new one is a little bit scarier. You had to ditch all those kids sitcoms because of all the allegations, too. Fucking good. I always fucking hated live-action Nickelodeon, honestly. It was, like, really good early on, but, like, I don't know. I never really liked the Drake and Josh shit, or, like, the Ned Survival Guide one on whatever the fuck it was called, and I think, like, Amanda show wasn't even really that good. All that was kind of, like, okay. But, I mean, Are You Afraid of the Dark is like the only like live-action Nickelodeon show I think probably aged the best, maybe. There was that like really stupid video game focused one. That's like a... And then what was the temple, the fucking, what did they call it? I forget, when they had the big stone face dude. And they tried to do a live-action movie about that. Because none of these like companies like want to do anything with animation anymore. It has to either be live action or CGI for them to want to touch anything. It's like you're gonna like try and bank off of selling merchandise for all your 90s shit, and you're just not even gonna bother airing that on television anymore. What's wrong with you guys? This is the stuff that made you, and like you're turning your back to them and being like, no. You're still not popular enough, even though, like, you're what makes us all of our money now. Nick Arcade and the Legends of the Hidden Temple? Okay, yeah, that's what it's called. A lot of, like, really early live-action stuff on Nickelodeon was, like, because starting a fresh channel and having all original programming is super hard, there was, like, a lot of stuff that was kind of like a joint between Canada and America. So there's a lot of like early live-action Canadian productions on early Nickelodeon. It's like the live-action vibes had a completely different like tone to them way back then compared to like what live-action turned into on like in modern years. Hasbro bought Power Rangers some years ago, and now they're throwing all that shit in the trash. Yeah. I mean, it's for the better. I was like one of those kids that kind of did like Power Rangers, but when I like became an adult and I kind of learned that like, yeah, they just kind of like took another show's footage and like put a bunch of shitty American stuff on top of it. There's like some weird copyright shit with it. But later seasons are wholly more original. But the one everyone thinks of and remembers is like it's kind of like a Digimon movie situation. Where they took a bunch of unrelated shit and like slapped it together and tried to Americanize it. I'm trying to remember the same company, like, what was the company that did the Power Rangers? They tried to do Sailor Moon once, and that was like, they avoided that. Saban Sailor Moon, I think it was called. There's like leaked footage of that, and like the entire crowd was just laughing at it. Like, that could have been what a Sailor Moon was in America, had they just not given us the actual just dub. It could have been like a half live action, half animated series, but like it wouldn't even have been the original anime. It would have been... What's that, like, the ugly Street Fighter cartoon and the Darkstalkers, where they gave Morrigan like the most chiseled chin possible. It would have like looked like that kind of like 80s animated trash. It's like what I always I don't know, like I look back at Power Rangers and I'm just kind of like, man, what an interesting shit show. And, like, I fell off of Power Rangers pretty fast. The Super Nintendo game is still, like, really fucking cool, and I want to play that on stream one day, because I still think that was, like, the coolest shit. Ah, fuck. Didn't, like, Nickelodeon have the rights to Power Rangers? Or, like, don't they own the rights to Power Rangers or something? Like, maybe Viacom? And so for a while, they were re-airing old episodes of this first season of Power Rangers, but they were adding, like, a bunch of commentary things that would pop up over the footage. And it was, like, the most stupid, useless trivia possible. Oh, sure, but they spent like 5 years or some shit like, we don't want to use the Japanese footage anymore before just giving up, yeah. Just the entertainment industry is just fucking dog shit. I don't know, like, if it's ever gonna get better again. I just don't like anything on TV or like on these streaming services. It seems like everyone just run out of ideas. They were doing cool shit with like, oh, we're gonna revisit some of our series and we're gonna do the Hey Arnold Jungle movie. We're gonna give you the Invader Zim movie that everyone wanted, and then Rocko's Modern Life came back as well, and then those were 3 expensive flops, I guess, because they didn't do well. And then they're just like, well, we're gonna do everything live action now, and then that failed. There's a few original Nickelodeon animated series that they just never even bothered airing on the channel, and they just dumped on Netflix instead, and people thought a show like Glitch Tex was going to be lost media for a while because, like, Nickelodeon just wasn't gonna fucking do anything with it. Nickelodeon's just, like, a weird, tragic channel. Like, they pretty much, like, ruled the world in the 90s, and then they fell off so goddamn hard. And Cartoon Network has, like, just always been struggling to be as good as Nickelodeon. Even though they had stellar programs, they had, like, stellar, like, cartoons. Like, there's nothing wrong with anything they made. It's just, all their stuff was way more experimental and not safe and just did not sell. And for a while, Cartoon Network wanted to do the cartoon reel shit, where it was just all live-action slop because it was too expensive to make cartoons. And they're trying to like do what Disney and Nickelodeon was doing. It doesn't matter that we lost that one because it's like the same exact team that we're fighting against. Nickelodeon like actually sold off the rights to Doug to Disney too. Then what? How did it go? Like the Rugrats movie came out and did so amazingly well that Disney was like, we gotta turn one of our shows into a big hit movie, and they just started making all kinds of movies that no one asked for of any of their intellectual property that they had over on the Disney Channel. And then, like, Doug is just this weird middle territory. Thank you, Prisma. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. And hello, Austin. Yeah, Disney's Doug. Never even really watched much of it after Disney took it. Doug is just kind of like one of those 90s Nickelodeon shows that no one ever talks about, and it aged like probably poorly. Like no one actually really likes Doug or remembers it fondly. I remember like it's compared a lot to like Doug is kind of just the original Chris Chan when you think about it. He's like this super weird awkward kid that just made comics of himself as a superhero, beating up his bullies and like chasing after girls that had no interest in him. And like kind of like hearing that is what kind of ruined Doug for me, and I recontextualized it in such a way I did not like. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna, yeah, Doug is probably like not like the best Nickelodeon show ever. And then Disney flanderized it. Like, if Doug had any, like, claws or teeth to it at all, Disney just, like, completely, from what I at least remember hearing about it, declawed and detoothed everything about Doug to the point no one liked it, and they just, like, they bought a huge IP that was previously Nickelodeon's, and they drove it so hard into the ground to meet with their standards. Is fucking funny. Doug works better when you're still 6 or whatever. Yeah. Mr. Dink and his wife are still the best characters in that show. Mr. Dink will never not be funny. Because, like, I didn't get it as a kid, but, like, because Dink, double income, no kids. That's the joke. Dink. And so that's, like, very expensive, Douglas. It's like Mr. Dink himself, because he had no kids, he would have all this money to waste on very expensive as shit. Because kids are expensive. Who wants to have a kid in the modern world where it's so fucking expensive and you're gonna be poor all the time? Just be a dink. Both people in the marriage will be absolutely fucking miserable, but they can afford all the luxuries that they would ever want. Disney show I want to watch again is House of Mouse, but I can't watch it anywhere because it's not on Disney Plus, and I wish they'd make a remake. It wouldn't even like be good if they remade it. I'm pretty sure it would be like some cheap Flash animation. From what little I did ever see of House of Mouse, it did like really interest me. Oh, we only have like fucking 3 people, so we're getting like overpowered. I got a fucking disconnect. It seemed like such a fun show, just like all these Disney characters and villains, like kind of like when the movies aren't happening, but they're still kind of like somewhat in character, but they're not like trying to kill each other. It's just funny seeing, it's like the drawn together effect, like if anyone remembers that adult show, where you just like get a whole bunch of different ideas and genres and smash them together. I've always liked things like that, but it always requires a very ambitious creator in order to make it work properly. Probably my favorite episode was Doug being terrified of how Mr. Dink would react to his grill being broken. Yeah, that's like the classic one. You broke my grill? You broke my grill? How did that episode end, actually? Like, he's like, "Oh, you broke my grill." Like, "Oh, that's okay. I got a new one anyway." So wasn't that like the joke at the end of it? Like, he just didn't care. He's like, "Oh, that's an old piece of junk. I got a brand new one," or something. Mr. Dink's entire character is just to be as annoying as possible, but I guess maybe at the same time, like, show that, like, not having kids is kind of depressing for a Dink situation. Because, like, he's like, "Oh, here's the neighbor kid. I'm gonna constantly, like, talk to the neighbor kid. He's like the son I wish I had, but could never have because my wife doesn't want a kid." Or maybe they couldn't have kids. If they probably did, like, a new... If they probably did a new Doug movie, it'd probably be about Mr. Dink and his wife and how his wife, like, is infertile and she can't, like, have kids, or maybe they had a miscarriage and that's why they became the Dinks. Douglas. You always gotta put, like, a sad twist on things now. You can't just, like, have a stupid, like, funny return to a series, like, 20 years later. Oh yeah, old Transformer cartoons, the Decepticons are like fucking just sassy women at each other all the time. I was never really too huge of a Transformers person, but like I've seen so many like clips of the old shows and like how the characters are. Like, isn't like Starscream basically a Tumblr sexy man? Whereas he has so many fangirls, like... He's like the most whiniest of, like, all the Decepticons in such a funny way. Hello, Quill. Welcome, welcome. When it came to my childhood, I just always used to just watch Nickelodeon, and then, like, I think Cartoon Network is where I started watching more and more of it, because Nickelodeon's quality was starting to go down. Starscream is super pathetic in the funniest ways. Yeah, and it's like, it's really interesting to learn that there's actually women out there that like pathetic guys. I guess that means I have a chance. I guess that means there's someone out there who loves me, maybe. You turned him into a hat. No, he's not the hat, you know, he's just looking through the hat. The slime in my hair is okay. Fuck off! Ah! Starscream is a funny goon failure, yes, yeah. Hey, Nano. Ugh. Right. Fuck. My team just all in the base. We can't push through, we can't push fucking through. Embrace being pathetic yet moe. I guess, yeah, that's kind of just what I am. I'm pathetic. Oh, I'm dropping frames. Why am I dropping frames? Internet, please. Please. Don't be doing this. Don't be doing this. Okay, internet is returning. The stream is still up for you guys, I hope, right? Okay. It seems to have stabilized. I'm having like these random drops. Gale eats people's shoes, and people fangirl over him. Women are scary. That's like all I have to say is like, women are scary. It didn't stutter. Okay, I was like seeing like massive drop frames for a bit. Yeah, I've like been super sad the past month as well on VR chat because like I think October 6th a update came out and it broke video players for me in worlds. Like I can't go to a world and put like Twitch streams in the worlds and watch them myself. So me doing that every weekend with friends, it's like hasn't been possible for me. It works for everyone else still. It's just something on my end that broke. Yeah, it's like I haven't really been able to like been watching streams in VR chat. Can't put up Game Center CX. I can't watch Nano. I can't, you know, do anything of that sort. It just has to be like YouTube streams or like YouTube videos. They might have fixed it on the open beta. I read some patch notes that they mentioned video players, so fingers crossed that maybe it'll work later if I just use the open beta branch of VR chat. It's taken them quite a while to address this issue, and it seems like a lot of other people are having it, but it's a small enough number of people that it's not an immediate thing that needs attention, I guess. Or people have found like workarounds. I don't know what the issue is. I'm bad with technology. But it's something that completely isn't my fault and is their fault, so I hope they do fix it. They don't have to go do dumb shit like install a bunch of old certificates. So all those Illbleed streams have kind of been like NTR, haven't... What do you mean? I haven't like really been watching anyone stream Illbleed besides Karin and Dubious, who picked it up this year. I haven't really been a category goon looking out for like new people playing Illbleed, sadly. Which I probably should have, but I've just been depressed this month. It hasn't like felt like Halloween. I still got my yearly Illbleed stream to do. We only got like 5 days till Halloween, so I'm like absolutely fucking pressed for time here. I gotta like work up the thumbnail and just like prepare the streams, and then it'll probably be like at least like 2 streams. Unless I can knock it all out in one, but that'll be like a endurance run, honestly, if I try and do all of Illbleed in a single. I mean, I could always just skip cutscenes and try and do a speed run, but that'd be kind of fucking lame. I like to always like showcase Illbleed. I've learned some new stuff about Illbleed too by watching speedrunners. Because I never like use any of Eriko's friends, I've actually learned that like the women use melee attacks faster than the guys do, but the guys have better iframes on their dodge, and then they also like jump faster. So if you think the worm Queen Worm segment with the platforming is like super fucking bad with Eriko, it actually plays better with Kevin, because his jumping is just like, it works better than Eriko's. So like not all the characters are created equally in terms of like their animations and their speeds. And there's like something about like a counter hit is the only way you can actually do a killing blow on an enemy. Which is like why sometimes it seems like enemies just refuse to die. You have to like hit them right as they're trying to hit you, and that'll be like the kill switch. You could deplete their hit points to like 1, but getting that like counter hit is what actually kills the enemy. It's like very interesting. New tech learned. But I like learning new things about old games that I love. But like, it's always just it's like, wow, really cool, new knowledge. Why? How did I fucking die to a sprinkler? I'm fucking dumb. I'm so out of practice. What did he mean by this? Okay, we won. Good to hear your voice again, Brick. And it's not gonna go away. It's just this has been an awkward month for me. I'm not quitting VTubing yet. Maybe one day. I don't know. With everything going on, I have been in a little bit of a sad spell as well. But things are kind of like looking up a little bit now, kind of. I'm past all the dental work, so I'm done being traumatized and shit, so. Now it's just the part that hurts in the other way, where it's like, alright, I gotta pay money every month to pay off the cost of this shit. Ugh. Yeah, let me drink some water. Someone's already a fucking +7, Jesus Christ. They put freaky things in your mouth. They gave me like a giant block to chew on. I didn't bite down during the fillings. Then they also put something that like, it felt like a Venus flytrap with a suction device on the end of it into my mouth to block my throat. It's like, the worst thing of all is like just getting the shots of like the Novocaine in your mouth. And then when they start drilling and then you still feel it, you're like, okay, that wasn't enough Novocaine, that wasn't enough Novocaine, and then like, they have to give you yet another shot. Oh god, that's like the worst thing. Like, that gets my anxiety and my adrenaline like going up, and then that just makes it all the more worse. Like, being as relaxed as possible makes it very easy. Being a ball of anxiety is what always makes it worse. I hate being aware. Venus flytrap. Yeah. Yeah, it felt like it's like it had like 2 wings. It's like a little butterfly or something. Weird contraption. I'm just used to that, like the weird straw. It just feels like a straw and it just sucks things up. But I guess like maybe the flaps help catch moisture and like debris more when they're drilling. I don't know. Yummy micro teeth. Drilling those holes in my teeth and then all the... Oh! Fuck you. The magenta's crazy. It's like, this is like very blinding colors. Is it a mirror match? Let's see. No, actually, yeah, it is a mirror match. I think. Because this is like the wrong kind of green. This is like eye-searing green. This is like a neon yellow more. But it's like close enough to like the yellow and purple that I thought like maybe. I am on like the more popular team, so there's gonna be more mirror matches, which I'm not really taking any of these matches too seriously. Our entire team was like using the trash cans as well. We should have this. We did. But Splatoon is like such a nice Zatsu game for me, where I could just like talk about bullshit and random topics and not have to worry too much about dating VODs. If I'm playing a more retro game where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to like talk about topical things in this. It's usually like for the best that like I kind of keep those VODs a little bit more focused as a presentation of an old game that I really like. And then Splatoon, it's like, alright, the shoes are off, the gloves are off, all the clothes are off, I'm just sitting here naked talking about random bullshit. I'm not actually sitting here naked, but I am talking about random bullshit. I'm like trying to like find the best way possible to say like I am like just I do not care what I say. I'm just rambling like a goddamn madman. I don't have to. But he's hanging it. No. I'm wearing underwear. I have pants on. I have I'm pretty much completely dressed. I couldn't be. The only way I could be more dressed right now is if I was wearing a hat and a turtleneck. Another mirror match. I guess these are like technically also Nickelodeon colors. These are like the Splatoon 1 colors. Quit giving us mirror matches. Freaking goon streamer out here showing his ankles. Oh, thank you for the follow, Swagmaster. How about the new model? Wait, new model? New model what? Am I having a goldfish memory and just like forgot about like what model? Maybe someday we'll get a non-mirror match. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. Everyone's like obsessed and talking about... No idea, but I have the female OC on Twitter. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm still using the old busted-ass model I made like two years ago. I've only made minor improvements to it, and one day maybe I'll make more improvements to it if I want to go back in those live 2D mines and fuck everything up. But my model works fine the way I'm an artist. I could just like create all my own assets, so I don't gotta like ever worry too much about making new models and like having multiple artists to juggle my shit with. I make all my own bullshit, so it all works and meshes well together with my general brand of bullshit. I should be happy that my team is losing this hard against my own team. It just shows that, like, yeah, Wizard has a lot of capable pros on it. Yeah, they're the ones that should be fighting, like, the enemy teams, though. Like, this match is for nothing. Mirror matches haven't really, like, been that much of a problem for me in Splatoon 3, though, but because The teams I was always choosing, in general, were not the most popular teams. For like, once a lot of my tastes and my interest in the teams weren't the popular choice a lot of the time. Actually, let me... because I need to use this. And see what those titles were, but, You're hungry, Prisma. Yeah, I'm like hungry too. I only had like a peanut butter sandwich and some pumpkin cookies today. That's about it. I already pretty much have everything. I don't even like know why I'm looking at any of the stores. Like, this song could have been better for the Halloween event, but I feel like they just didn't like really try too hard with this one. It just kind of like, what is it called? Poison Birds, I think, is what it's called. It just doesn't really have much of a Halloween flair to it. Ghosty big man. He still has like the best costume of the three. Once we could get a better look at them, I'll showcase it off. Looks like Ninja just won a 333 times battle. Bastards. Wouldn't it be funny if I just put the ninja gear on while representing, like, Team Wizard? Be like, whoops, guys, I accidentally selected the wrong team. There has to have been someone out there. The rules of probability? Someone out there was, like, super excited to be Ninja or Team Witch, and they had the amiibo gear, and they fucked it up, and they accidentally selected the complete opposite or something. That's, like, funny to think about. So, like, they're still just stubbornly gonna wear the costume, but they're, like, they're gonna be upset the entire time. Someone has a note about Meta Knight in the hub. Yeah, Meta Knight is a good knight character. Ah, fuck. I thought that was, like, done with. Was like, that's some latency right there? I'm a big Kirby fan. I haven't, like, done much to play a lot of Kirby games on stream, though. I've still only played the original game. I'm looking for, like, more excuses to stream Kirby games. So I feel like everyone's been streaming Kirby lately. And I gotta be like a dirty hipster and like get to my unpopular games first before I want to even touch the popular games. Which is something you should maybe do first before you play the unpopular games. Like, you know, give everyone the crowd pleasers, play this shit like Metal Gear Solid, play this shit like Mario Sunshine and Mario 64. You know, games people actually care about before you play the Scrimblow games that no one gives a shit about. But in my goofy little mind, I'm like, well, if I do that, then I'm not gonna, you know, what's gonna make me unique? I feel like my tastes are pretty good and cool, all things considered, in games that I like and want to show off. I don't want to do the same shit everyone typically does. Though sometimes it does feel like I do the same shit everyone else does. And that's what it felt like with Splatoon 3 when it first came out, but regardless of popularity or not, I was gonna play it anyways, and I still stuck true to playing every single Splatfest on stream, so... fuck the naysayers that were Splatoon haters, essentially. And the people that bought the game played it for a solid month in a row and then dropped off fast. I would like to play Star Allies and Forgotten Land, or is it Forgotten World, of Kirby. Two very stellar games that I like a lot, and they're two very different from one another. One's like a classic Kirby style game, and the other is like a new experimental Kirby game. And they're both like pretty great. Star Allies doesn't get enough credit. A lot of people are just like, oh no, that's just like the same old boring Kirby formula we don't like. It's like, shut up. Kirby's good regardless of formula. Kirby's like fucking amazing. Yeah, the deepest, darkest, fucked up lore about Kirby and what he is. So it's like a funny thing to like drop on people is Kirby lore and like how serious it actually is and like how deep the rabbit hole goes. Damn it. Rick, I want you to know that for the past however long it's been, I open up OBS, it plays the Doshin video. That's so fucking, like, dumb. You have never fixed that? You have never fixed that, Nano. It's like the maid welcoming in the cafe. God, which one is it? Is it this one? I'm like looking through my videos. I gotta find it. Oh yeah, here it is. I have it like... Pokey. I see Doshin the giant in the distance. Oh. There he is. Oh, there he is. It's him. There it is right there. It's because you constantly kept showing that video off that I think you like made all your friends convinced to follow me, Nano. Oh man, one of these days, Pokey's gonna come back and he's gonna start streaming for real. I've been waiting 2 years for that little bastard to start streaming. I love that Doshin picture. Where he's got his middle finger up. That's like from the Doshin game where you look at the Journal of the Giant between all the days that you play and it gives you these cute little miniature claymation pictures of him doing things. And I believe that render of him comes from that and someone just, you know, colored a middle finger yellow and pasted it in. It's just such the funniest fucking image to me. Always funneling you goons into each other. Yeah, yeah. That's how Karin became a fan of me. I went to her stream when she was playing Kuldelka. Like, how many years back was that now? Right, a year and a half maybe at this point, I think. And then I said something in the chat, and she was like, hey, wait, aren't you that guy from that one video Nano keeps playing? I'm like, alright, oh god, I gotta get out, I gotta get out of here, sorry. But nah, it worked out, we became friends. It's like that's such an awkward video. My delivery and everything. I made myself sound like an old man for some reason. But I just like doing that voice. I just like sounding like an old man. Oh no. Oh no, this is not good. Knight is winning. Oh no. They're coming after me. Oh no. Oh no. It's Doshin. He's coming. I hope I do just sound like that when I'm an old man. I'm technically already an old man anyways. Fucking in internet years, like, I was already an old man, like, fucking 5 years ago. Maybe 10 years ago. If people are saying that 20 is too old now, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Someone needs to like fucking press the button that nukes the entire internet. Look at this nerd playing Splatoon again. I know, Mechanic Cat. They gave us the gift of like more seasonal Splatfest. They're just like, okay, well, we're still gonna do this. New themes and everything, so here we go, here we go. Splatoon isn't dead. It's still alive, but it's on life support, but it's alive. Speaking of life support, I wanted to like maybe check out Mouthwash, but that is a game that literally everyone is playing, and I gotta be a hipster, and like I don't just want to play Mouthwash, but I do like the vibe that it's going for. I do like that it looks very Illbleed inspired, and it tells a really good story from what I know. It's a kind of a horror that hits different. It's not like a, ooh, spooky monster jumps out and scares you kind of horror, but a more dreadful human kind of horror. I got so many other plans for things that I want to play, though. I still need to play Never Awake. I still need to play Psycho Pomp Gold, which came out just now. Yesterday, actually. Going into November, I'm gonna do an extension of Halloween, because Christmas creeps into Halloween season. I figure I'll let Halloween creep into Christmas season. And I'll still do some of my Halloween plans and some smaller games, maybe. And I have ideas for things that I want to do, but I'm at the same time very lazy, and arting takes time, and I'm just... Which, speaking of, like, arting taking time, the last two streams that, well, the first two streams I did for the Halloween season being, Illusion Carnival and Gregory Horror Show, Soul of Roses, those VODs on YouTube actually, like, did so fucking good compared to the rest of my other Scrimblow game VODs of... And I didn't even, like, really draw anything special for those thumbnails. I touched them up a little bit, but they're, like, generic. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. It's 100 times battle. Okay, I gotta shut up and focus on this, because I can't fucking lose this. We're gonna fucking lose this. It wasn't even like the old Gregory Horror Shows streams, though. It was like the brand new Soul of Roses roguelike game demo, which will enter early access on November, so we'll probably be playing it sooner than later. Pretty fast release. No, it is only early access, so... Please let the enemy team just be really fucking bad. Please don't, like, lose all control at the last minute, team. You're doing so good right now. We're doing amazing. My adrenaline's pumping. My heart's going wild. Oh. Here's the turning point where everything goes to shit. Gotta go under here and get all this stuff. Ah, fuck. I was like trying to like get under him. Oh, no, 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 no. I did the thing that kills you. What even killed me? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I can't even open the map to see who wins. Fuck yeah, we won. We won. We fucking did it. And then, you have been disconnected. Match did not count. Go get fucked. No, no, thank God. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I think this is like the second time on stream I've ever won a 100 times battle. Which, you know what that means we have to do now. Big win, big win. 3 hats too. I gotta go to the pledge box. But the big stage isn't up yet, so I think this puts me with the singular idol that I'm helping. Board the float! In front of all the shops, in front of the pledge box. Hell yeah. Ew, vertical, get that shit out of here. What, do I look like a fucking YouTube short? Do I look like TikTok? I'll come back when we get like the I think we got like 15 more minutes for it to switch over. So with that, let's end on a high note for open matches, and we'll go pro for a while. The colors on Shiver are pretty awesome, yeah. Big Man's costume is still the best. Shivers is second, and then Fry's is like, it's just okay. Wouldn't it be funny if Knights somehow won the Splatfest? I don't think they're gonna win. Even though there's a lot of good Knight characters. Meta Knight and Steiner, two very good ones that come. I don't think I've seen anyone do Steiner art from Final Fantasy IX, but like, he's like the MVP of Final Fantasy IX. He's like the best character. I forgot to represent Vivi in the starting Stoon screen, but he is included in the thumbnail, the title card, whatever you want to call it. I need to like kind of like start trying to call things the correct way, of like what the fuck they are. In context of the streams, they're title cards. In context of the videos, they're thumbnails. So my brain always crisscrosses and calls them the exact opposite of what they are. Isn't Steiner like also a very broken character when you like activate his fuck, what's it called? Basically the character overdrive thing, like his is probably one of the best you can do. I think I've heard that, where he's just like so insanely powerful. Oh my god. Thumb cards. If I said that, people would just be, what the fuck is he talking? What the fuck's a thumb card? Give or take like 10 years from now, that's probably what people are gonna call them. They'll just make new weird terminology. Thumb cards. Have you guys seen the new YouTube thumb cards? YouTube's also doing this new thing now, I guess, where you can make multiple thumbnails and, like... In case you thought the grind wasn't already fucking insane enough, thumbnails could just be different for videos depending on, like, what YouTube dictates might interest you more. So you could make, like, multiple fucking thumbnails for a singular video. And then, like, just pray that, like, the algorithm, like, gives it to the right people. And it's like, I hate that so much. Why can't things just, like, be one way anymore? Why do we need, like, a million variances in things that don't matter? Linearity is, like, seen as such a bad thing now. There's, like, so many open-world games, so many crafting world games, so many, like... Why can't we just have nice linear stories that progress in a singular direction anymore? Why does everything have to, like... You have to have, like, gacha systems. You have to have... It's... I'm going on one of my fucking schizo boomer rants, but it just, like, annoys me that that's just a system that YouTube has created where it's like, alright, now make 3 different thumbnails for your one video. And say, like, you see one version of that thumbnail, and then it changes on you, like, where did my video go? Like, is this the same video? I think I had that happen to me a few times already, and it just, like, changed over to a different fucking thumbnail. And I'm like, what the hell? This is such a stupid system. It angers me especially because I'm someone that tries to hand-draw all my thumbnails. Most of them. And on the topic of earlier, like, the Illusion Carnival and the Gregory Horror Show Soul of Roses, those are kind of like phoned-in thumbnails that I didn't really make much of an effort with. I just, you know, kind of stamped myself over it a little bit. Did the most basic shit possible. Drew a little bit of small elements and doctored a little bit of it, but it wasn't anything, like, amazing. And those are those, like, got a lot of views compared to my usual videos for some reason. It's just so weird. It's so weird. Because I'm used to, like, all my videos, like, maybe, like, 50 views, 100 views. Like, you know, Gregory Horror Show got up to, like, fucking 800. Sayako is still the most popular, of course. Probably my best performing of all time is my Dynamite Heady debut stream. But I'm pretty sure that's because I have debut in the title, and people love their VTuber debuts, even though it wasn't really a traditional debut. And I guess it's just my oldest video, and, like, anytime I have the end cards, it also redirects to maybe the Dynamite Heady, so... I don't know. Thinking about statistics always hurts my brain. I don't like thinking about it. I just like doing things and feeling satisfied with doing things. God damn it. Hell yeah. The roller avenged me. Content creating is like hard on the fucking internet now. It kind of would be nice to make a return to how things used to be, where it wasn't profitable at all, and so no one wanted to do it anymore except the people that were passionate about it, but TV kind of doesn't really exist anymore, and streaming services are kind of like failing right and left. Maybe I will get my wish, who knows? I like the old YouTube where it didn't feel overproduced. Now you just had like goofy guys like the Nostalgia Critic and James Rolfe and doing like just passion projects, and people make fun of the angry video game nerd, aka the angry Nintendo nerd, aka James Rolfe, for not being so good with technology. But I mean, everything he did was like, even if it was so jerry-rigged, it's so much more charming that way, that he made his life a living hell to make what he wanted to make. Who cares if he's duct taping shit to roofs or using outdated formats to make his videos? His videos are like pure soul, and I think all of his stuff ages well. Some will probably disagree. Remember when he did the entire episode about Atari porn games? Can't do that anymore. Yeah, it had soul. Scuff is soul. But everything's like a overproduced movie now, and you see these old content creators that just sat in their fucking parents' living room and like filmed them talking about video games. And that's what put them on the map. And then you look at their new content now, and it looks like they're like in a fucking studio-produced set where nothing looks real. And it's like, wow, why did I like this guy and his content again? It feels like that fake television bullshit that I hated so much that I prefer to start watching YouTube. And now, like, that's just kind of like what YouTube is just television too. I guess if you want to take a note out of the Book of Corruption, or basically Mother 3, aka Earthbound 2, whatever the fuck people want to call it whenever Nintendo releases it. Because they're not gonna fucking do that for Americans. But money is like the core thing that corrupts everything. If you introduce money into anything people like doing, it will slowly rot and destroy that thing that people like doing, and then people won't like doing that thing anymore. Which is like really unfortunate. I kind of worry, like, has that always been a VTuber thing, though? Like, money, kind of seems... I mean, for a lot of VTubers, a lot of it probably was always, like, the money. But then you have, like, a lot of 2-view males out there like me and, like, other Scrimblow streamers that just like playing video games and sharing the things that they grew up with or, like, that they really like. And being weird and learning there's other weird people out there just like them. That's always, like, kind of a nice thing, but it just seems like everything else about VTubers is just always, about the money now. Depending on where you look. Everyone's got their it's like, it's nice to have a hobby that makes money, I guess. I think I'm just someone that likes to create and someone that likes to do. I just don't know how to make money with the things that I do. People, Rick, we want to commission you, and I'm like, I don't do money, I don't do money, I'm just an artist, not worth it. That's just a self-confidence issue, though. Meanwhile, you'll have like 500 people in your DMs on Twitter, like, begging you to commission them for like the most dog shit, like, AI-generated looking art ever. Oh, fuck. I deserve that for saying what I just said, but... I made that Blue Sky account recently, and now I'm like seeing people finally like starting to complain that like everyone's begging, join Blue Sky, get rid of Twitter, get off of Twitter, and then like they're basically just inviting all the things that make Twitter shitty to Blue Sky now. And now you're getting those like AI like spam bots and porn bots and like people shilling their art and commissions. Which I'm pretty sure those are bots that do that for them. Turns out when there's a mass exodus from popular website, the shit that's negative will follow if you don't shut up. And like, maybe this is a lesson to like, if you have something that's nice and small, don't openly advertise it as much. That way it like stays nice and small and is actually more tolerable and fun to use. So I've always run into this issue where account for something I use starts getting a lot of traction, a lot more followers, a lot more eyes on me, and then I don't know how to act anymore because I get so nervous about how people look at me and they see me and like, is me saying this or me doing this gonna offend people? Is it gonna like, am I gonna have a fall from grace kind of thing? Is some dumbass YouTuber gonna make a video about the fall of Rickubus? Turns out he's a gooner and he likes this weird fetish shit. Stuff like that. Like, I've seen fucking videos like that on fucking YouTube of like content creators, and it's like, holy shit. Just don't try to hire old-time gangsters on Blue Sky. You'll find the most bots that way. Yeah, I think like the major issue is like people need to prepare for when Blue Sky eventually fails and gets sold off to a bunch of tone-deaf idiots that make it the worst social media ever. There's just sort of this problem with social media that like we keep noticing like, oh, all of our favorite platforms are failing. Nothing's like sustainable. Nothing's permanent. So like, why are we constantly locking ourselves into using this service that is supposed to replace another service? It'd be nice if we could all just, you know, make our own websites and be able to host our own things. I'm not very tech smart though, so I wouldn't know how to do that. And then there's always the matter of, if I streamed on my own website, but I had no audience, how would I get an audience? People aren't gonna trust a random link from a URL they don't even recognize and like, oh, it's just this guy playing Splatoon 3. Why do I want to go to a website that isn't Twitch to just watch this guy play? That's what a lot of early streaming was though, and it was like really nice. There's like Chatango was usually used, and it would just like basically it created like a chat environment that wasn't under heavy censorship, nor was it under heavy administration. It wasn't Twitch. It was just like you would go to a chat website of like these streamers that were before Twitch's time, and they were just streaming directly like through other services. I kind of miss that. It's like really nice. That's like initially how I discovered Michigan Report from Hell, was I saw someone on one of those really old fucking ancient video game streams just stream that one day. I'm like, oh wow, this game looks like fucking cool. And like, it looks like ass, but it looks cool. It looks cool. Like, you stream in Justin TV, and like, yeah, there's like an actual service called Livestream as well. Which, funny enough, but now like live stream's pretty much dead. Like, does anyone even use that service, or is it like only for professionals? I forget what happened to it. Nothing on like these websites are like ever fucking permanent, nor are the services. Sucks for Twitch, because one day Twitch will die, and then like so will all my fucking fan base will probably go with it. And I'll have to stream on YouTube, which I think YouTube streams sucks ass. I don't like YouTube streams at all. just the way that they work and just the audience it attracts is like not what I like or enjoy. And YouTube's like a little bit weird about copyright stuff. If you're doing like a stream and something gets flagged for a copyright, they'll just like nuke your stream or try and take you down, which is much more dangerous. Twitch at least like has the safety of the guarantee that like they're not gonna immediately like fuck with you while you're live. So you can still get your recording in and it's not gonna ruin a stream or event that you're doing. God, I can't even tell what color I am right now. My brain is just like locked in. Oh yeah, once you go to YouTube, I will never talk to you ever. Yeah. I don't plan on going to YouTube anytime soon. But with Twitch's leadership sometimes, I'm kind of worried I'll have to. Hello, Karin. Welcome. Welcome to the Sploonin'. I won a 100 times battle, and I'm like, whoa, I'm epic. I'm cool. What? All the discussions, like old internet, social media, cartoons. What else was I talking about? Dental trauma. Oh yeah, like YouTube's like shitty thumbnail system that they're trying out, where it's like, make a bunch of different thumbnails, and now that'll vary depending on people's tastes, and it'll attract people to your videos. And it's like, how do you guarantee anyone's gonna look at any of these like thumbnails? Like, thumbnail A could be more relevant to them than thumbnail B, but the system is gonna think that thumbnail B is more relevant to them and make them not want to watch the video or click on it. How the fuck do they know, like, what's gonna, like, interest people before the people themselves are interested in what you put out? That's kind of like what I don't like about some social medias, too, is, timelines to me have always been a very curated experience, but there's weird dumbass people out there that don't even use their curated timeline, and they just go to the endless doom scrolling segment of it, and they wonder why their feed is such dog shit. And they follow and unfollow people based on like, okay, well this person's like ruining my random feed. It's like going on 4chan's like worst fucking boards possible and expecting like content to be good. It just like, it's so crazy to me. Anyone would ever use like the For You tab or the Discover tab over like what they've created themselves. Like, have some confidence, have some faith in what you do and like, that you can make your own timeline that won't be full of like politics and doom posting and annoying garbage you don't want to see, you know? That's why I got so angry with Twitter and like so angry with Tumblr, was they were starting to like randomly suggest things and like try and rip you out of your own timeline that you curated yourself. They were showing you what your friends liked at some point, and I always hated that. Like, oh yeah, your friend liked this weird degenerate porn. I'm like, that's why I'm like, oh no, I can't like anything on Twitter anymore, because it's gonna shove the weird stuff I like right in people's faces. And I didn't want that happening. Ninjas in first place. That's pretty much what I expected. Wizard is like fucking, we're dead last? But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. This is only the halftime. As Lloyd's like super self-conscious about losing mutual followers and stuff over like posting like stuff that people didn't like. I blame Tumblr for a lot of that. Cause I would notice when like mutuals would unfollow me and then start vague posting or something. I'd be like, oh god damn it. Oh my god. Let's see. Pose. Squid Sisters off the hook, deep cut, pose 1. Show, show, yeah. Okay, controls. Hell yeah. So we still have a little ways to go. Probably about like another hour if I just keep playing, and I'll probably hit max rank. We're gonna go back to doing more pro. I just realized I made it a nightmare for myself to properly timestamp that segment. I probably should have waited for the halftime to start doing pro. When I was going back and doing a lot of timestamps on my old VODs, I kind of realized like how much of a mess the early Splatoon streams were. Which is because I started just doing like, okay, open, pro, and then finish it with Tricolor Battles or something. Keep it like, keep it focused. Because old me would be like, alright, I'm gonna do an open, I'm gonna do a pro, I'm gonna like... And then I'm like, okay, how do I even title this? It just, most people would just upload the stream and be like, what the fuck is a timestamp? Who cares? Who cares what kind of match it is, you know? It's nice to me in a way, because it's like, these are my contributions to each of the brackets. Yeah, I'll drink some water soon, Mechanic Cat. I just now saw the take care of yourself redeem. Ah shit, that's a blaster. The ranged blaster too. I guess in terms of the holiday season, I've been seeing the same sentiments a lot that I've always complained about, where Halloween is a very community-focused holiday, and if there's just no community there anymore, then like, yeah, it feels like the holiday is dead. And that's like especially true with where I live. There is no community where I live. There is nothing to unify people. No one trusts each other. Everyone lives selfishly, and like the only way people even celebrate Halloween is having boring adult parties, or they just go to drink and get shit-faced, and the kids kind of get screwed out of the holiday because, you know, the communities don't work anymore. Halloween is just an adult excuse to drink again. And you could just drink any day of the year. You don't need Halloween to drink or party. That's why I don't really do Halloween parties, or I think they're really fun. I was always the person that, I rather trick-or-treat than do a party. Parties are supposed to also work in conjunction with trick-or-treating, but I don't know, it just feels like people only do the parties now. And as a kid, I would occasionally go to those houses where there was obviously a party going on, they're decorated, but like, they didn't even get candy for the trick-or-treaters. They would like find whatever random shit to give you, like, you know, maybe an apple or a fruit. Or like a bag of chips or something. Those are always funny, or like a roll of like pennies. As a kid, if you got a roll of pennies, that was still like pretty cool in a way, because it's like, oh cool, money. Back when money actually like meant something. I'd be like, hell yeah. Now I'll be able to buy that new video game. I'm 50 cents richer to getting that video game I wanted to. Alright, I can't do anything about that. That's not my color. Oh, that's Fry as a knight. I'm like, what the hell is that drawing? This is my territory. They're all just trying to focus me down, and my teammates just like rolled over them. Fucking funny. Yeah, you need the party to not feel like an alcoholic. I guess that maybe makes sense. I guess that maybe makes sense. I don't drink. So, like, I don't know how it feels to be an alcoholic. It's typically like, what, 35, 36 matches to get max rank. I don't know, I just want the old Halloween to, like, come back to life, I guess. It does really feel like a dying holiday. You have the Satanic Panic crew going around saying people are putting razor blades and candy and, like, putting needles in chocolate bars, and maybe one psychopath out there actually did that. But then every community in the entire United States suddenly fears for their kids. But the spookiest thing of all is, like, how unstable, like, people have been getting mentally in the United States. So, like, yeah, kinda. No one trusts anyone anymore. I want to talk about, like, politics and all that, but it is also an election year, so that's, like, why everything is, like, extra awful right now in the United States. Why a lot of people are tense, why a lot of people are, like, at each other's throats, and very volatile. Gonna jump off. Have a good rest of this. Oh, thank you for Posey. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. Yeah, that's like just something that just sucks is, yeah, election years just ruin everything. All the adults are going insane. All the kids are kind of like lost and like, what the fuck's going on? The next 4 years of our country's life is just, you know, gonna continue to go down the shitter. Our quality of life is gonna get lower no matter who wins. Fuck politics, fuck politicians, fuck all that shit. It's all garbage, throw it in the bin. Give me video games, give me streaming. On a lighter note, a funner topic to talk about, I guess. Another reason why I, like, kind of picked Wizard and, like, witches over, like, any of the other two categories was pretty much almost every year for Halloween. I thought the Grim Reaper was really cool, so I wanted to be a Grim Reaper for Halloween, like, almost every year. It gave me a chance to wear a long black robe, and I always felt, like, super fucking cool and, like, mysterious walking around as a fucking Grim Reaper with my scythe or my magic wand that had, like, a skull on it. And seeing through a mask at night was kind of hard, so eventually at some point during the Halloween night, when it got too dark for the Grim Reaper mask, I would take it off and I would just, you know, I would just be a witch or a warlock for the rest of the night. So in that, like, funny, fucked up way, like, yeah, like, this is why the witch and the wizard thing feels more appropriate for me to fight for. That, along with the fact that I like magic classes. I like the idea of being a mage. I'm very healer-coded in games. I like to support people. I like to give them buffs. I like to Like, Phantasy Star Online, I used to like to play the classes that could fight and use magic, and buff everyone up, and heal them. Just a general magic user that could do everything. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't exactly have a magic user that feels... Well, until now, like Pictomancer, I love Pictomancer, and that's kind of like magic, that's a magic-based class. We don't really directly heal anyone though, but we're like a very greedy DPS. We have a little bit of a support kit. So it is kind of like, in a way, my ideal class in Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm actually glad it worked out well and that I actually do enjoy the class and like playing it. You dressed up as Frankenstein's monster? Nice. I was like one of those kids that always referred to it as Frankenstein before like, I kind of realized, oh, it's Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein is the mad scientist. The monster is what we thought was Frankenstein. But there's like always all this media out there that swaps it around and like gets the naming incorrectly. They just call him a monster. Yeah, yeah, between like childhood stuff of just like wearing the long black robes and being like a warlock or a grim reaper or whatever for Halloween, it was like just the kind of classes I like playing in games. And when I first discovered Ragnarok Online too, I wanted to be a mage and a wizard so badly. It didn't exactly I wasn't so good at mage and wizard in Ragnarok Online. My first mage I ever made in Ragnarok Online, I didn't know how the stat system works, so because you start as a novice and you like start having to like melee stuff and attack stuff, and your first few levels as a mage you don't really have any magic to even hit anything with, you would have to bonk stuff with your staff. And so I put a few extra points into like strength. And that's a no-go if you want to build an optimal mage in Ragnarok Online. You're not supposed to have any strength. You're supposed to have, like, 1 strength at max. And so I fucked up royally at already making my mage character. And I was like, god damn it. Eventually I kind of discovered I was more of a thief person in Ragnarok Online. But I still have a very fond spot in my heart for mages in Ragnarok Online. I like ended up like, and then in World of Warcraft I didn't really play a magic class. I did have a mage alt. So I did get like I did have some other like alts that basically used magic. But I was like a rogue in World of Warcraft. And for years and years I was always looking for another MMO where it's like, what is most like Phantasy Star Online, where I could just like be a force that uses melee attacks, but also attacks with magic, and can also buff people. But a lot of MMOs these days are kind of like cookie cutter and don't want to let you be too experimental with your classes and have too much fun. It's very unfortunate. I wanted to dress up as Gory, but money has been scarce this month. It's funny because I've seen Gory fursuits. Gory Cully Carnage also like added Twitch integration recently, so like I guess your viewers could be the monsters that spawn. But it doesn't really seem like it's like that like interesting of a Twitch integration system though. And like people who like cheer bits could basically send you little gift packages that might have like hit point restorations and like energy restores and all that. But I don't know, I feel like there could have maybe been better Twitch integration with that. Maybe. Maybe they'll like add some more features to that to make it feel nicer, I guess. I never like felt immediately pressed for like resources in Gory, but like maybe I was too good at the game to not like be too stressed out about things like that, I guess. Halloween is not a thing here, so I never wear oh yeah, like Brazil does not. This is why I could never live in Brazil, Mechanic Hat. No Halloween in Brazil. It didn't matter, it was a mirror match. Gory would be a pretty easy costume, though, because he would just, like... He is just a funny little cat wearing human clothes. Trading Halloween in for fat asses. Yeah. I guess to a lot of people that might be worth it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure for me. I'm not sure for me. I think Halloween brings me more joy than a fat ass ever will. But, keep in mind, I've been single for a very, very long time, so I don't have a good frame of reference. I could just Google fat asses for free. And I could still have Halloween. It's not really that big of a thing over here either, sadly. Yeah. You know, if I ever move to a foreign country that doesn't have Halloween, I think I'm gonna try and be that, like, that little spark that ignites an entire movement to popularize Halloween in that foreign land. On October 31st, I'll just, like, I'll make my own fucking Halloween decorations. I'll put up signs. Come to my house on Halloween and I'll give you a treat. I'll give you a candy bar, something like that. And, like, then, like, I'll slowly just infest the entire neighborhood or the apartment complex. And then they'll start joining in on it. And then we'll make the news where it's like, this American holiday is suddenly gaining traction in our country. And I'll be like, hey, 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 I'm spreading Halloween. I'm reviving Halloween. I thought too much about that, scenario of, like, what I would do if I moved somewhere that didn't have any Halloween. Because I don't know, do I want to stay in America much longer with the way things are going? Probably not. Probably not. Isn't that how it started in Japan? Little foreigner kids tried asking for candy and people just gave them money to go away. Maybe. I haven't heard anything about that, but I know, like, Halloween does have some presence in Japan, and, like, aesthetically, they do really like it. There's, like, Japanese VR chat maps that celebrate Halloween. I think, like, 2 years ago, there was that giant crowd crush that happened in Korea during Halloween night. That's when I learned crowd crushes were a thing, and I became terrified of giant crowds since. Just imagine all the momentum of a giant crowd all tripping at once, falling on top of each other, creates a massive weight on everyone that actually crushes people and constricts their chests and doesn't allow them to breathe. And people actually die from things called crowd crushes. It sounds lame as fuck, but it's actually, like, a real threat, and it's actually, like, what the fuck? Feels like you should, like, never, like, try and follow a giant herd of people. There is not safety in numbers, there is only death. But Halloween is a fun thing. More people should celebrate it if their countries don't celebrate it. This could be anyone's game. I hope it's our game. We did significantly more damage to their base. Like, someone... Was that me, or, like, was that one of my teammates that got into their base? Someone's name is Dr. Pepper. It's funny. I'm pretty sure you could probably find videos of the crowd crush on YouTube if you just search for Korea crowd crush Halloween party. And you'll see the chaos, like... people like crammed together, and if you got like 4 big people all around you, and everyone else in the crowd is pushing at them, there's got to be a middle point where like no amount of pressure you can apply to them will be able to push them away from you. All that pressure is going to go inwards and crush the most innermost person in that crowd. Mom always made us celebrate Halloween when I was a kid, but she didn't do it much anymore. Oh, man, Halloween is like a kid's holiday, and I keep saying that. It's community focused, and it's, if you have a community and you have a kid, like, Halloween is like something you should let them celebrate and like teach them about. It's boring when it's just like adults doing it. It's like a drinking party. I want to say that adult drinking parties were an excuse to stay up late and like a byproduct of having to do trick-or-treating. Like, oh, I gotta buy candy for the kids and I gotta man the door, but I'm gonna make this interesting. I'm gonna put on a Halloween movie. I'm gonna get a lot of snacks. I'm gonna crack open a beer or like some wine, you know. Maybe invite a friend over to catch up and chat. Have the dad take the kids around the neighborhood and collect some candy, you know, stuff like that. Typically, it would be my dad that would take me and my brother around to do trick-or-treating. Then my mom would stay at home and she would do the trick-or-treater thing where she would give the candy out. And then I think like sometimes like when they were tired, like they would swap shifts. So then my dad would do the trick-or-treating thing, and then handle the trick-or-treaters, and then my mom would like drive us around to other neighborhoods when we depleted all the houses that we could go to. We went hard for Halloween, me and my brother. We'd always like fill up our entire like little jack-o'-lantern and with as much candy as possible. Candy would be like spilling from the top, and I'd be like, all right. But that's the bonus part about like having a car, because you just get in the car and then like you grab another bucket, or like you pour all your candy into a bucket that you have stored in the car, or like something like that. Hey, Dragonic dude. But, oh, my bucket is filled with candy. Halloween is not over yet. Hops in the car, pours it all in a pillowcase. Time to go trick or treat some more. More was never enough. I was greedy. I was a greedy little kid. And for some reason, Carl's Jr. became a Halloween tradition for me. So whenever I think of a Halloween night, I for some reason think of, well, I know the reason, but Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island was playing on Cartoon Network. And I was just sitting there like a fat little idiot, stuffing my face with Carl's Jr., a Western bacon burger, I think, or like the little star chicken tenders, chicken nuggets. And I was just so excited to go trick-or-treating later that night, but I had to eat dinner, but it was such a comfy time, just like the best Scooby-Doo movie ever, mixed with like such like good tasting fast food. Carl's Jr. is like really good, but like also just really fucking expensive. And then there's probably gonna be people out there that say Carl's Jr. sucks. They're like, what the fuck is a Carl's Jr.? On the West Coast, it's Carl's Jr. In the Central America, or Central United States rather, it's Hardee's. And I don't think East Coast even has Carl's Jr. at all, but I'm not sure. It varies by name depending on location of like where you go, but it's one of those fast food places that is like, it's not popular enough to be everywhere, but if you do have one, they're pretty fucking good. It's so fucking funny considering Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is a anime. It was animated by a Japanese studio. That's why that movie is so fucking good and it looks beautiful. It's because it was completely outsourced to people that actually knew what they were doing. And I like always wondered why everything Scooby-Doo afterwards like looked so downgraded and looked like shit. Imagine a Scooby-Doo movie where the monster was finally real for once. Which isn't really the point of Scooby-Doo. But it's still just a funny rug pull to kind of have. Because Scooby-Doo's entire thing was always, people are the real monsters. You could have the most spookiest, scariest thing running around. It could be a ghost, it could be a monster, it could be an urban legend. But no, at the end of the day, the monster is always human greed and, like, people being backstabbers and, like, trying to ruin other people's lives. It's never a real monster. That's the entire point of Scooby-Doo. Humans are the real monsters. Before that became an edgy thing to even say. Monster can't be real. It need to be Old Man Jenkins. And then Zombie Island was like, nope, the monster is real. Then there was like, what, the Alien movie and the witch one with the Hex Girls. All the threats in those movies are actually real. At least, like, how did the Alien one work out again? It was, the aliens were fake, but then at the end, the hippie chick that Shaggy fell in love with was actually an alien herself. So, like, the aliens are fake, but the aliens were still real. That was a fun little twist. You gotta feel bad for Shaggy that he's finally, like, he's getting somewhere with a chick, and then she's just an alien. She's like, I gotta go back, my home planet needs me. True love, and she's an alien that lives across the galaxy. This is a mirror match, right? Because these aren't exactly the colors. These are just like the Splatoon 3 base colors. Yeah, it is a mirror match. I think we're just suffering so much and coming in last place because of the sheer popularity of wizards and witches. I think when I finally gave up on the Scooby-Doo movies, it was the Cyber Chase movie that came out. Where I'm like, yeah, it's just kind of like, it looks low budget, and it's just back to kind of just being, like, trashy. It's probably like, I love Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. Well, just, fuck you, Rick. The monsters were kind of semi-real in that, because, like, it was like they were all teleported inside a video game using monsters from their past, so the monsters programmed into the thing were technically real. But just like digital versions of those monsters. That part of it was at least cool. But yeah, after that, it's like they kind of just started cheaping out on Scooby-Doo again. In old classic Hanna-Barbera sense. Me and most of the movies and specials and more modern cartoons, Shaggy is always a chick magnet. Yeah, we were like talking about like just people, like women that love pathetic men. And I guess Shaggy is like, he's kind of like, he is the proto-pathetic Tumblr sexy man when you think about it. He's got bad hygiene. He eats garbage non-stop. And like, he's an absolute coward that can't do anything. It's kind of like funny, and then like, yeah, he ends up being a chick magnet. But like, by the writer's hand at least. I don't know if there's like any fangirls out there that are like, man, I really love Shaggy. I always had a crush on him when I was a little girl. You know, I would not say I love that movie, but it kind of is the last good movie. Yeah, kind of. Like as I said, you could tell like Cyber Chase was when the budget was just all dried up. They weren't gonna like hire good studios to animate anymore. Zombie Island really was just like the best Scooby-Doo media ever created, in my honest opinion. It's the perfect storm of like everything. The first time Scooby-Doo monsters could... Well, actually, no. Scooby-Doo and the 13 Ghost and... Actually, no. I have a very fucking soft spot for the Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School. Fucking... Does anyone even remember what the fuck that movie is? Where they go to like an all-girls monster school. And there's like a bunch of like... You had the like goofy Frankenstein chick. You had the sexy vampire chick. I used to have a crush on the fucking vampire chick. You had the little mummy girl and you had the werewolf girl. For some reason though, I always thought like the Frankenstein and the werewolf weren't actually girls and that those were just guys. But that's just my dumb little mind at the time thinking that. It's just like all the daughters of the Hollywood monsters like going to a boarding school and just Scooby and Shaggy were there for some reason. I forget. It's been a long time since I've fucking seen that movie. There are times where the monsters are real, but it's just more comedic in nature. Zombie Island was actually like real and as a threat because like some ancient voodoo curse or like some old cult where they sold their souls to a deity, a god that turned them into like werecats. Spoilers if you haven't seen the movie, I guess. Oh right, the ghost girl. I fucking forgot about the ghost girl. She's like the other one. Like a lot of people make Rule 34 of those. So her and the vampire chick. Mystery Incorporated was really good, except when it was teen horny. Yeah, it was like Mystery Incorporated was like, I guess maybe that is some good Scooby-Doo modern media. High budget, animated decently well. Actually had a good story. Actually, like, that's that one funny screen cap I always see people post of like Fred just like reading a magazine called Traps Incorporated. And just out of context, that's just so funny because trap means something entirely different for someone with a poisoned internet brain. Oh my god, we're getting destroyed. Ah, fuck. Never watch Return to Zombie Island. That's a straight to VHS quality version. Wait, they made a sequel? I memory hold if they made a Return to Zombie Island movie. I know there's that shitty fucking Velma show that got created, and then like they brought back the Hex Girls, but they made them look like cocaine addicts and like saggy tits and everything. Like the Scooby-Doo media that just like hates Scooby-Doo. Why am I talking so much about Scooby-Doo? I should be playing a Scooby-Doo game if I'm gonna talk about Scooby-Doo. Don't worry, it'll happen one of these years. I'll find a good Scooby-Doo game to play. Eventually, I will run out of good games to play, and I'll have to start playing like garbage Kusoge. Oh my god, my legs. You're filling in the silence, it's fine. Has there been a lot of silence this stream? I don't think so. I've like actually like... This is always a problem with me streaming, is if I stream too much, I run out of things to talk about, and then I go non-verbal. But then I don't stream for a long time, and then I just like suddenly am able to just talk about any brain rot I want. Especially in its fucking... If it's Splatoon, when I don't have anything that I necessarily need to do other than go forward and shoot. It's just my comfort brain rot game. And, you know, it does suck that, like, we're not really, like, getting Splatfest anymore outside of the seasonal events. It may be possible little, mouse plus what? Mouse 1 plus W. Yeah. Going full TF2 pyro mode. It always makes me think of that one video where someone got one of those, like, driving wheel controllers, and they rigged it so that it would work with TF2, and they just, like, play as a pyro on the fucking monitor in TF2. They're just, like, playing the pyro with a steering wheel, and they're actually killing people and doing good. Pyro takes no skill whatsoever, at least, like, in the initial, like, release of TF2. But I always, like, really liked Pyro, so I was, kind of like one of those shitters. I wanted to be a good spy main. I wanted to be a good scout main. I tried. But Pyro is just, like, a good comfort class. It's just, like, I wanna turn my brain off. I still wanna kill people in the most bullshit ways possible. Brain rot is a part of the stream. Yeah. But I talked about earlier, it's like when I'm playing something, I want it to be cataloged and age well, like a retro game I really like. I don't wanna bog it down too much with modern stuff or like put a date or an expiration on it, you know? The part that's gonna age those VODs is like basically myself, where my life, my journal entry, but I'm pretty sure I still fail to some degree. It's like, it's impossible to make a timeless VOD. Why am I so obsessed with making timeless VODs? Honestly, I don't know. I just think it's nice when things age well. You're worrying about it too much, friend. That's what I do. I'm kind of a hypochondriac, I think. I just worry about things too much. Is my audio good? Did everything work out fine? Did the art look good enough? Does the asset look good enough? I'm not entirely pleased with how my hat looks, but like I didn't want to spend too much extra time on it because honestly, it's probably only getting used for this one stream, unless I could find a reason to ever bust it out again. It's just another one of those weird Splatoon exclusive assets that I made and then like it's never gonna get used ever again. But at the end of the day, I could like always look back at my like streaming assets and be like, man, I have a lot of like costumes and like funny little gadgets that I could whip out. Anytime I play something that involves a cat, I have the cat mode I can like prepare. I have a witch hat, I have a drum set, I have a fucking... I could turn into SpongeBob if I want to. I'm not gonna do that with the hat on, because I think that might remove the hat. I've been legit trying to finish more books and movies, so I have stuff to talk about. That's always a good idea, too. I mean, people love media. People love talking about old cartoons. They love talking about hobbies. Why do I keep losing? I feel like every match has, like, been a loss in Pro. Usually Pro isn't this hard. Yeah, I wanna... Oh my god, I got so many, because I won that 100 times, so... It gave me a shit ton of conch shells. Cards I didn't have. Not that it matters, just give me the gold thing. Nameless dodge roller. I want the gold banner. Turn of the century, curly hair. Oh my god, it's like me, because I have curly hair. Oh my god. Golden egg-like Arbiter. Just when you think like you would be near the end of like titles, it's like there's just so many because they're the easiest thing to even make for this game. What the? Oh my god. 10 ability chunks of every kind. Cool, but ugh. Finally got all the books from the board game and Gregory Horror Show. Oh yeah, like in the PS2 game, if you collect all the series of a book based around a character, it gives you the little figurines of the character in your little room. And they sit on the table. And the books are also a way to increase your health and also get a full health restore when you're running low on sanity. That's something I've never done, is get all those, but maybe one year it would kind of be nice to try and do something like that. I never like 100% of Gregory Horror Show. I guess that would require you playing the board game to get them then. Because it has to like give you a reward incentive to keep playing it, right? Or would there be books that are exclusive to the board game? Let's do a few more pro matches and then I'm going to do a be right back break. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Hold on. Four books exclusive to the board game. Ah, man. At least, like, with that board game, it's not all skill. I mean, it's not all random. There is a skill element to it. Forget how it goes, but the spinner will always stop, like, maybe 2 or so paces. Don't quote me on this, but I know it's like, it's very fixed, and you can actually force a win. It's not entirely random. Spinner will always land a certain amount of spaces where you do your input, and that's how like you could know how to cheat the game. I don't know if you knew about that, Dubious, but you're probably gonna be angry if you're just now learning about that. The lower levels make the wheel go faster. Yeah. Oh, you've been timing it? Okay, good. You'll have to take a screen cap of all your little figurines from Gregory Horror Show and show them off. Gregory Horror Show is like the hot shit right now too, because like they have the new game coming out pretty soon. I was just talking earlier about like how on YouTube the fucking my VOD for the Soul of Roses demo got like 800 views. But most average person, wow, what 800 views? Wow, we're a fucking nobody. It's a lot of views for me. But yeah, who knew Gregory Horror Show was kind of making a comeback? And there's a lot of YouTube essayists out there making the greatest Capcom horror game you don't know anything about. Aw, shit. Connection unstable. Internet, please. Please don't destroy this VOD. Am I still live for you guys? Are you still here? Are you still here? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is my internet still working? Please tell me the VOD is safe. Please tell me there wasn't a disconnect. I'm good? Okay. I got like scared there for a second. I saw it like appearing in the game as well, the connections. I'm like, oh fuck, oh no. There goes the drop frames and everything. I was like, no, please. I don't want to like Because I can't, like, restore this VOD on Twitch if I get a disconnect during it. It records too fucking heavy. And I would like to keep this VOD, because this has been a really nice stream. Nope, can't hear you. Alright. Throwing myself into the ocean right now. It's over, it's so fucking over. I graduate. Throw myself into the ocean. I'd do it right now in game, but I actually want to win. This is a match that actually matters, so I don't want to screw it up. Fuck. I think we still have that. I think we still have that. I'm gonna go for Ninja for purple, Knight for the armor, but Wizard would be my actual choice if I got put into a fantasy set. I think, really, my major criticism of everyone who plays Splatoon is, like, when they don't fucking vote for the team they actually feel for, like, why even participate in Splatfest? Don't do it because you like the color. Don't do it because you like the idol. Pick your actual choice you would want to go with. Think it over. It's funner that way. You're fighting for what you like, what you prefer, your tastes. Then you're getting a good sample rate of, like, how do people actually like this? But no, Splatoon doesn't unfortunately work that way. Cool idea, but tainted by waifuism, and, like, if you have cum-colored ink, of course everyone's gonna pick the silly white liquid team, and that's gonna win. Team Wizard wearing night boots and ninja hood. And people have walked right past you. That's funny. I feel like when you look the part, you're like a giant target. And, like, right now, I'm a giant target dressed as a fucking witch. Witch hand of the witch hand. Green witches need to make a comeback in media. If a witch isn't green, is she really a witch? I love green cartoon witches. They're so good. The way the one that shows up in Smiling Friends is, like, the best fucking thing ever. It's just so fucking funny. I love that. I love that witch. Oni makes a lot of, like, really goofy, like, witch characters. I'm pretty sure he's the one that had to design that. I don't know if that was, like, someone else maybe designed the witch character, but it feels like something he'd fucking make. Or at least, like, Zach, maybe. I know, like, his game that he's working on, the evil antagonist is just like a green witch in the woods. I don't know when Bulbo is ever gonna come out, but hopefully one day. I'm looking forward to that. A lot of people out there probably don't think green is a very attractive skin tone. Green girls need love too. Jesus Christ. Was there a bomb? I didn't see the bomb. Fuck off. Fuck. That's the one that shoots two, that bucket right there, the dead ringer. Shoots two things, so, like, you don't get hit once, but twice. If you're, like It's a good weapon to kill people trying to escape. They're not serpentining, so they're getting hit with twice the amount in a single swing. Come on, Team Witch. What's going on? Why are all the pro matches so awful? I say as I run straight into my death. I'm not really doing too hot. Jump straight into my death as well. That is definitely Team Night. We did not win that. It could be ours, but no, I think they... I was like, they left a lot of empty space in their base, and we did kind of like have a nice amount of pockets in their area, but no. Not good enough, unfortunately. Man, this is like a slow crawl to 500. I don't know if I'm gonna have it in me to even, like, bother touching Salmon Run. It is the boat stage, so fuck the boat stage. The boat stage is awful. I hate it. That's the last stage I want to play after taking such a long hiatus away from playing Splatoon. Just haven't even been doing anything in the game. Thought I was done with it. Well, welcome back. Here's the worst stage of Salmon Run. No, no. I'll pass. I'll pass. I wonder what the weapon rotation would be, though, because, like, maybe they themed it after Halloween, or maybe it's just, like, a regular-ass rotation. I'll have to take a peep at the menu. They ain't lying when they say pro is pro. Usually pro's easier because it's not like the teams like matching up and stuff, so. How are people like so fucking good? Oh, he has like fucking 2 golden badges for the Nautilus weapons. That's why he's so fucking good with that. I'm too, like, severely autistic about painting the stage to give a shit about going for kills with weapons in Splatoon. Because I'll never actually be pro at this game. How the fuck did he, like... I thought, like, my Booyah Bomb was just gonna be a fucking waste and get sucked up by the vacuum, but no. For some reason, it went, like, right above the hitbox of that, I guess, or he stopped at the right amount of time, and it... What the hell happened right there? That was, like, weird. But I didn't, like, get any kills with it. Fucking hell. That was nice synergy with their ultimates right there. Fuck. All 3 of us just fucking die at the same time? God damn it. Fuck. I was hoping like they wouldn't be able to shoot me, but no. That's a pencil too, so they get like 5 shots that shit. It was going kind of okay, and then everything just kind of went to shit at the last moment. Okay, one more and I'll do my BRB. I need to, like, rest my brain a bit. Nice little small musical touches like that. You don't understand like how much effort goes into video game soundtracks until you start poking around in game rips and you start seeing like layers to all the music and all the little things that they do for ambiance and sound effects, and it's kind of like a favorite thing to do on the side, like when I'm looking for more video game music, and it's just like seeing just like how much, like how huge a soundtrack actually is, like when it's not an official soundtrack. When it's a game rip, you get a lot of stuff that doesn't even get included on video game soundtracks sometimes. And Splatoon just like has so much fucking, it's an insane amount of music. Okay, maybe that's just a sign that is take a break, Rick. Don't do another match. Just take a break. Take a fucking break. Before I forget though, we'll do the BRB and I think we'll just like finish off with tricolors. I got a P2, so that's not like helping my concentration at all. Alright, so enjoy some retro game commercials, game media, modern game trailers, like whatever the hell plays during the BRB segments. I handpick all my commercials and media myself, so it's a lot of stuff that interests me, or I think in general is just really cool, and I like all the effort that used to go into old video game commercials that we don't really see anymore with modern video game commercials in the modern day. Anyways, be right back. I'm just gonna go fucking piss and maybe grab a pumpkin cookie. BRB.
人類の皆さん、永遠に楽しんでください。
耐久ファイナルついに登場。
対戦もハマるんです。プレイステーション。
で壊す、ドリルで飛ぶ、快感ドリルアクション、スクリューブレーカー、更新ドリルレード。
今封印は破られた。これだよ。映画がゲームになってよみがえる学校の階段。
すごいソフトはセガサターンから。
Now you can take Sonic around the world. Make him loop the loop or walk the dog with this Sonic spinner only from Kellogg's Frosties. There are 4 to collect with tokens on special Frosties packs to be this great Tex Frosties.
出るんじゃ。ファミコンでございますね。ちびまる子ちゃんウキウキショッピング。出るんじゃ。ファミコンでございますね。ナムコから発売で。
パワー合体ジェットロックマン、パワーロックマン。
ロックマン6史上最大の戦い。ファミコン用ソフトで新発売。
カプコン。撃墜せよ。360度空中バトルフル 3D シューティングゲームウィングアームズ新登場。 ゲームボーイアドバンス。
どっちにしようかな。これでいっか。
ちょっと待った。本当にその選択でいいの？
君は自分の人生もそんな簡単に決めるのかね。
そうなの？
そうなんだ。
おっしゃいました。
あなたを信じてたのに。ごめんなさい。
常に悩み考えろ。生きることは決断の連続だ。ゲームボーイアドバンスタクティクス王が外伝。
クラッシュ、お前の最大の敵はお前自身よ。ダブル KO かよ。
クラッシュ同士で対戦もクラッシュバンディクーアドバンス2、こっちも楽しい。
びっくり。
コナミ。
我が子の成長を見守る気持ちに結構近いかも。テレビの中でペットが育つ。頑張れ森川くん2号。プレイステーション。
If you're down with a program, you've already seen .hack sign right here. It was kind of confusing, but playing .hack Infection for the PS2 might fill in some of the gaps for you. It's a single-person RPG that simulates a multiplayer online RPG. Still with me?
Aura?
Anyway, you're still chasing after Aura and the Key of Twilight, but in this version you possess a special bracelet that allows you to hack monsters for treasure and gates for access to secret levels and dungeons.
That's a unique bracelet.
careful though. If you rely too much on your hacking skills, you risk infection, game over. Make an effort to check out the bulletin boards and return friendly emails or you might miss out. Also, be nice to your in-game pals. You'll be spending a lot of time with them.
In case you're not aware of it, you're being very rude.
It's easy to get sidetracked in endless dungeons and side quests, and just when you think you got all the answers, they leave you hanging. Fortunately, .hack mutation is out, so save your stats and use your character in part 2. Tsunami gives .hack infection for the PS2 a 7 out of 10. Ride him, cowboy.
型シューティングゲーム PC エンジンバルンバナムコゲームボーイアドバンス
行くぞ目指すはダービー馬街で鍛えて強くなる
街で馬は強くなる携帯できる馬育てゲーダービースタリオンアドバンス
大好評
Their lives were a constant battle. Love, honor, and revenge are all they know. Now, they will meet and their destinies will be revealed. And soon you will know the passion of Soul Calibur. Coming to a Dreamcast near you.
Man, she's off the hook. Oh, perfect.
Soul Calibur on Sega Dreamcast. It's thinking. Chinese, 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 anything goes, even Chinese.
PS2 がクラシックとかね流行ったりしてクラシック
僕らの CD も売れたりしてね
ラッキーあれバッハ落ち込んでない
僕の曲入ってないもん
チャノマニ・チャイコフスキーブラボーミュージック
入ってないもん
プレイステーション
ゲームボーイアドバンス
皆さんは知っていますか？マリオとヨッシーの初めての出会いをとっても手の焼ける赤ちゃんだったマリオを乗せてヨッシーが大活躍。ゲームボーイアドバンスでいよいよ登場スーパーマリオアドバンス3。
プレイステーションぷよぷよ2。プレイステーションぷよぷよ2決定版。
子供の頃空を飛ぶのが夢だったんですよ。
大空のロマンベルデセルバ戦記。
プレイステーション
I'm back. I'm back. Did you miss me? No. Okay. Well, we're gonna do Tricolor Battles now. Hope you guys got some good commercials, video game intros, trailers, whatever the hell played. I think you guys got the intro to Nyanto Wonderful 2, which is a pet raising simulator that existed before Nintendogs. I was like more on PlayStation 1, and those intros are always fever dreams. What the fuck does a little frog on his scooter have anything to do with raising cats and dogs? And then everything just turns into like a fucking schizo chase with a fucking drill, an airplane, more dogs. That one's like always like so fucking funny. It takes a long time, but it's just funny. But yeah, let's wrap up Splatfest, or at least try to. Or pardon me, Splatoween. Let's wrap up Splatoween. It's still just a Splatfest, but it's just themed after Halloween. Come on. Ah, damn it. Orange is kind of being a threat here, so maybe I'll just fuck with them for a bit. Ninjas are better than pirates. Nice slowpoke meme. Those kind of like died off a long time ago. Does anyone even still make the slowpoke memes? Where you say just something extremely outdated, and you just post a picture of slowpoke to let everyone know that you're just being an idiot. Not good. The commercial for Mad Maestro played, and that's like one of the... When they were trying to do like budget games in the United States, Mad Maestro along with Mr. Mosquito were kind of like marketed as like the same line of games, I guess, if I'm remembering right. They're like, they're weird and they're wacky and like, they're cheap. Get your copy. Still kicking my own ass for never getting a physical copy of Mr. Mosquito. Ooh. How I wish. It's like crazy that Mr. Mosquito had representation in Astrobot for the PS5. Like that came out and like they remembered Mr. Mosquito of all the properties. Insane to me. I didn't get to play Mr. Mosquito this year for summer. I would like that to be like a summer tradition. That and Doshin, but like Doshin's also kind of a... Doshin's a little taxing to sit through. Not gonna lie. I know how to like beat it in a single stream. I just don't know if I want to like necessarily sit down and play Doshin for 5 or 6 hours. And that's depending on if everything cooperates correctly with me and doesn't like fight against me. Is the PS3 and 360 hard to capture, or is it just the emu that can be finicky? I think it's the PS3 that has capture issues. And the emulation is also just like, you know, it's still not there. And PS2 emulation has finally like started getting good. And I'm like still waiting for like Saturn emulation to... I mean, you still have to do a bunch of shit to get Saturn games up and running. Maybe in most cases, you have to use multi-box emulators. Or like, what do they call them? Front loaders? Where it's like, basically all the emulators built into one. But like Saturn emulation, like even as old as the Saturn is, it's like not a lot of people work on it or like try and make an emulator that's like perfect, because it's kind of like a nightmare to figure out, I guess, from what I've heard. Of all my streams, my Doshin the Giant stream definitely needs like a remaster. When I actually have an audience that's watching me. And I'm not as scuffed and like bad at the game as I originally was. I was so ashamed of that first Doshin stream. Nothing was going right. The Mr. Mosquito stream, I think, aged a little bit better. Doing remasters of my own streams, oh god, makes me want to vomit in my mouth. Remastering stream, that's like, that kind of like gives you an idea of like how I think about my streams, I guess. Or I want them to be something that like, it's just like a nice little tribute to the game in general. A nice little experience with it. I don't know. Just make edited content, Rick. You don't remember the Doshin stream? I don't even know if you were around back then for the Doshin stream, Mechanicat. Everything's like still up on my YouTube and everything. Like even like as far back as my very first VOD, like I made sure like when I started to try and preserve almost everything. There are a few streams that were just exclusively here and like lost to the aether and will never see the light of day ever again. Because it's just I want to stream and play a game and like not make a presentation out of it. It was after Banjo-Kazooie, I'm pretty sure. Like, Banjo-Kazooie was maybe my third or fourth game that I ever streamed. As a VTuber. I've been streaming way longer than before I was a VTuber, but that's like ancient stuff. I've streamed Undertale, I've streamed Off, I've streamed, like, just random shit. But I was just like a nobody, and I still am a nobody. Started following you when you were playing Banjo. Okay, so maybe you just missed the Doshin streams then. As I said, like, it was just kind of like nobody. It was me, myself, and I kind of there for most of the stream, if I remember things correctly. That's why I'm still kind of like traumatized about streaming. Just because a lot of those earlier Splatoon streams and like even like the very beginning streams I did, people showed up to support me and everything, but sometimes like, you know, people can't always be around, so it was just me and myself and going insane playing Doshin, which is kind of a game that you need people to interact with as you're playing it, because it's kind of like Splatoon. Not a lot is really, well, a lot happens in Splatoon, but not a lot happens in Doshin. So it's a perfect game to just like talk with people and kind of do Zatsu, but it's not like the most exciting gameplay in the world. Doshin is a very like, it's a flawed god game. It's like just meant to be an experimental, like, godlike, I guess. It's like the, what are they, the black and white games where you play as a evil god or a good god and you, like, influence tiny people to do things. Doshin isn't, god damn it. Doshin isn't exactly, a very deep game. It's a very easy once you understand how to play it. And once you like learn some tricks too, it makes it even easier to play. Tiny people. Ooh. Yeah, you pick up the tiny people and you basically just like, the game makes you think you need to make another village and like keep making more and more villages. But you don't. You start off with the red, yellow, blue, and green tribes. You just build the monuments for each of the mono colors. Then you do bicolors, and then you do 3 colors, and then finally end it with the all colors mixed together. And once you get all the monuments, the game pretty much ends. But like, there's a cool trick that you could do. There's a hairpin that you could pick up. You wouldn't think you'd be able to pick it up because it's so big, but you could just pick it up and you could just drop it anywhere on the map. And when a day ends and you begin the next day, that's where Doshin spawns. So that thing has like object permanence and priority over anything else on the map. So it has a funny little quirk to it that if you pick up the spawn and throw it at buildings, it'll just instantly kill anything. And the game purposely designs the monuments in a way that the villagers start building fences and like buildings around it, so that you have to go purposely destroy it and be evil Doshin. And then you kill villagers, and then you'll need to, like, you know, earn their good graces and whatnot. But if you just pick up the hairpin and take it to a monument and throw it at the monument, it just destroys the monument, and it doesn't, like, scare the villagers or anything. You could technically get all the evil monuments, all the good monuments, or you could try and do an all good run or an all bad run. An all good run might be harder, I think. So it's like, what, 16 monuments all together, I think? 32 if you want to go for both sides. Damn it. You had a clear shot. How did you not get that? You're like literally shooting fish in a barrel. Like, I basically had started streaming around summertime as a VTuber. So like, yeah, July, and then like the first scene I made after I made my default living room in my home was the beach scene. And so now that's technically like the oldest like scene that I have, so you could tell it's old. But I wanted to squeeze some summer games in at that time. And I did want to really play Doshin as one of my starting games. Me and Pokey would joke about Doshin the Giant all the time. For a while we were playing Minecraft with our friends and I built a giant Doshin that would just loom over our little village. Just smiling in the distance. And we would like just get on a boat and just go around like looking for adventure, listening to the Doshin soundtrack. Good times, good times. So for some reason now it's like if I ever play Minecraft, I just like having the Doshin the Giant music on. Get fucked, we win, we defended. What made you take the step to start streaming regularly? Legit, mine was just getting so fucked up on Kaufmas and COVID, I just overexposed myself to hours and hours of VTuber streams. I always wanted to stream, but I just had a lot of anxiety about it. But I've been watching Vinesauce and Joel for years. Like, even before they had I think before they had started archiving on YouTube. I would just occasionally like catch their streams and like hear about them on Tumblr too. You know, as like the granddad joke was like really taken off. And, you know, being around basket weaving forums on the internet as well, you would get a lot of like indie streamers that had their own websites with Chatango and everything. So they would advertise on the basket weaving forums and then you would go check out their streams. And like I said, that's how I discovered... Wait, we're on the Zelda Tricolor map? This is like the Zelda one. What the hell? The Triforce? Why did it select this one? Is it just like random now? Huh. Where again the other one, like maybe you just a chance you could, I don't know. What was I saying? Oh yeah, just little indie streamers would just advertise themselves all the time. You'd have the fucking dumbass AI Mario Party streams. I want to call them by their proper name, but I know people won't like that if I do that. And everyone will just like, they wouldn't actually bet anything, but they would like make like fantasy bets on which of the dumbass AIs would win the Mario Party round. And they would pick up on like what character does what more often. And like how badly some perform. Because I think with Mario Party, some character AIs like prefer to do things that others do not. Yeah, Mario Pitardi. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Those streams are always fun. I used to watch those a lot. Yeah, Vine Sauce, Joel, I guess Varg Skeletor I should call him, because when you say Vine Sauce Joel, it's like, that's when Vine Sauce was all just one team, and they all shared one channel, so they all tried to like kind of like fold into one another for branding, but they're all kind of like entirely separate now. They're all their own things, which is like for the better. But like when you just say Joel, that doesn't really like, Varg Skeletor doesn't exactly roll off the tongue sometimes. Like, a lot of people just kind of know him as Joel. But they think him and Vinny are like the same people because of the whole Vine Sauce Joel and like just Vine Sauce channel. So like that's like an important lesson on like branding and like what kind of to do and what not to do. It could either be a symbiotic relationship or like it could be something that confuses people forever. And that's where the joke of like, oh, they're both the same person comes from, is because they get mistaken as being one entity for some reason. You mean Italian Joel or Swedish Vinny? Yeah, yeah. That fucking meme. Like, they get so, like, fucking annoyed. Maybe, like, not maliciously annoyed, but, like, to the point where it's like, people just like, where's Joel? Where's Joel? Why say the granddad? It's like, I'm not the correct streamer for that. You're looking for Varg Skeletor. God, I hope that was enough to push us over. I think that looks like it's enough. Oh, okay. But a lot of my existence has been, I had a tummy ache for several years. It's funny because I get confused about Vinny because Giant Bomb had Vinny, and then yeah. Then there's Vsauce, which isn't even video game related at all, but people think Vine Sauce and Vsauce were the same exact things. Having a good username that stands out and that you don't think anyone else is gonna use is kind of key to, or getting really, really lucky to get the most generic name possible that it's actually beneficial. That's kind of like why Disney started naming a lot of their movies like single words, like Tangled, Frozen. What are the other examples? Fuck, I'm already like forgetting a lot of like Brave. What are some other examples, like Enchanted or Enchanto? Just kind of like generic names that if the movie takes off, literally they're just built into normal conversation a lot of the time. And so they just get that association of like, oh, I gotta go to the market and get a frozen dinner. And then like your brain just immediately like flashbangs Elsa into your brain. Yeah, Coco. I have a dog named Coco. My neighbor has a dog named Coco. But, you know, You want some hot cocoa? Like, stuff like that. It's like a brain worm. It infests your brain. And that becomes your association with something. And so that's like why naming and branding is like pretty important. And from a marketing standpoint, it's kind of some evil genius shit too. It's hard coming up with good names. If you want to be a VTuber, plan on being a VTuber, please like try and think of something very original and don't like put a lot of thought into your name and what you're gonna call yourself. What's the lore behind Rickubus? Well, it's no one in chat, but I'm just gonna say it anyways. I like Incubi, and my name is Rick, so I just combined the two. It's literally that autistic. It's not a good name, or maybe it is a good name. But that just means there's probably some Rick and Morty fangirl out there that draws Rick Sanchez as an incubus, and like, she's gonna be super pissed off that she can't get the Rickubus name anymore. There's like some guy living in Mexico, I think, that was using the Rickubus handle on Twitter. I'm glad I got the just plain Rickubus on Blue Sky, so I don't have to fight for that. But I could never get the actual Rickubus name on Twitter, because some inactive dude that just tweeted about, I think, cars and politics had the handle. Thank goodness you're not Richard. Yeah, it's only Rick. Anytime someone wants to fuck with me or piss me off, they obviously like go for the easiest way possible, which is just calling me everything but Rick. Like, my name is not short for anything. Like, if you want me to just immediately, like, go silent on you and stop talking to you and acknowledging that you exist and think you're less than human, just call me Richard. If you're lucky and I'm having a really bad time, I might even block you. If I don't kill you on the spot. It's always so fucking annoying. Like, like, you know, it's nice if it's just friends jesting between friends and they know it, but when you actually have someone who's malicious and an actual fucking asshole doing that in an argument, like, that's when you start feeling like killing someone. Do not call me Richard, I will kill you. See, if it was Richard, then you'd be Dickie, but oh my god. Rick is like the worst name to fucking have of all time, because the association with memes, you get Pickle Rick, you get Rick James, bitch, you get Rick Roll, and then Rick rhymes with sick, dick, prick, like it's like, the name Rick is just constant negative after negative. We can never have anything positive or nice about Rick. Rick and Morty came out, and it used to be called Doc and Marty when it was a little pilot series, and I was like, oh, cool. I watched it when it was like, you know, just, what was that even called? The old Justin Roiland stuff, like House of Cosby's and the... Fuck, I forget a lot of his other series, but when they were just making dumbass internet shorts, they made Doc and Marty as a parody. And then that got picked up, and like I was ecstatic that like the fucking Doc was being named Rick. I was like, holy shit. You don't see characters named Rick anywhere ever. But then that became more of a curse because yeah, Rick and Morty, like, good first season, and then all the weird fucking Redditors latched onto the series and ruined it. And then all the writing went downhill after season 2. Yeah, Rick or Treat was something I would always like I would switch my Steam username a lot to Rick or Treat around the holiday seasons. I even used it for like one of my Halloween thumbnails. Which, you know, let me just find it actually. Whoa. Let me just Yeah. It's whoa. I could have did better with this thumbnail, but this was last year's Halloween stream where it was just it really was just Rick or Treat, because I was talking about, like, at the start of this stream, I just played a bunch of games from my childhood that were spooky adjacent or Halloween adjacent. And it's not a stream that performed well on YouTube, but anyone who was there and remembers it had a pretty nice time, I feel. And it was a nice Halloween stream. Hopefully one day, like, if I could point anyone in the direction of, like, a good Rickubus stream to watch that isn't me being unhinged or playing something like Sayako or SpongeBob or, you know, check out the Halloween stream from 2023. You'll see a lot of neat games. I was talking, like, at the start of this stream that I think this year's Halloween stream is gonna be entirely in VR chat. So no funny cool gimmicks. We're just gonna... It's Rickubus in 3D! The third Halloween in 3... Like, I guess that's the main gimmick. I just need to get Illbleed out of the way first. I wouldn't like to break the chain of, like, playing Illbleed every year. But this year I'm like, I've been worried that, like, maybe I'm not gonna play Illbleed, but no, I have to. That's like my game, that's my favorite game, I have to. I just have to, like, my brain hasn't been, like, mentally prepared for a lot of things this month. This is just a mirror match. There's that much, like, Team Wizard that this is just a three-way mirror match. Just play to end it faster. Fuck. Nintendo's always good about carrying their gimmicks forward, so, like, if there's another Splatoon, their controller still will have gyro controls, I'm pretty sure. It's probably still gonna be a handheld hybrid console. I would honestly like a return to just having a dedicated home console. I don't like that everything has to be handheld now, because it does hold back the hardware to some degree. Also found out new quests don't need Facebook anymore, but I know they're looked down upon in VR spaces. Yeah. If you're gonna put that money forward for a headset, though, I still think you can't go wrong with the Index. The Index is still, like, a better microphone and better hardware. And you don't need, like, the extra steps for full body. Which I think, because full body won't work unless you have a... This is, like, what I was told, at least. Like, you need an extra full body puck to put on your headset to use full body with a Quest 3. If they're smart, it'll just be a more powerful Switch and maybe a new gimmick. I mean, just, it needs to not be Switch branded. If they do Switch U or Switch 2, then fucking... They learn nothing from the Wii U. The age of the Switch needs to be over. They need to be something entirely different and new. We need, like, the Game Sphere. Or the Nintendo Egg. Something like that. Because the Nintendo Museum opened up. And you do get a vibe of like how crazy different everything they have done over all these years is. Like every console had its own like unique branding, except for the Wii U. I don't think the Wii U has a presence in the Nintendo Museum. Maybe it does. Can't wait for the Nintendo egg. It'd be funny, and it will also work in that Frozen way, like the Nintendo egg. Oh, I gotta go to the supermarket to get eggs. But then you're like, wait a second. Supermarket? Eggs? Nintendo eggs. And then whenever you think about eggs, you think about Mario. It's brilliant. That's how marketing works. Name it something completely fucking stupid, but something everyone enjoys. Sometimes that's how VTubers work. You could take the most basic thing that a lot of people will say in everyday life, and guess what? It'll be the brain rot that you're constantly reminded of every time you hear that word. The power of association is like a double-edged blade. It also works in ways of depression, too, where if you have bad memories attached to something, it's hard to shake those bad memories, because if you were there, say at a place, and you went through a bad breakup, or something really bad happened in your life where you lost someone important, then being in that place just makes you think about them constantly. Like when I've worked at the same place for years, and like I've had a lot of bad things happen to me. And then when I'm walking through the store, it's just like the spots are like, oh yeah, this spot kind of reminds me of that one time this or that happened. That's why people need like to refresh their environments and just escape the same shit over and over. If you're doing the same thing over and over again, if you're in the same place like constantly, you're always just gonna probably be sad or depressed like I am, because like you're just reminded of all the bad times in life and you just don't have enough new places to attach better memories with. The bad memories pile on, so that's like the power of association. Double-edged blade. Nintendo Swiss cheese and egg. I wish I could eat eggs again, but I think those are like what were causing the allergic breakout that happened. It's fucked up. I was looking it up, like at any point in your life you could just become allergic to eggs suddenly. Egg allergies are a fucking thing. It's okay if like the egg is properly baked into something, but I think eggs just by themselves I can't have. I'm getting my hand under control. So it's just gonna be that point where I'm like, okay, well, I just know how to deal with it. I'm gonna put up with it. I'm gonna eat egg because I want to eat egg. I miss having egg sandwiches. It sucks I can't get like breakfast foods anywhere anymore. Yeah, I want to go to a Denny's and have fucking shitty breakfast sometimes, but like, I just can't, because egg. I thought it was tomato. Maybe it is tomato still, but like, I don't know. I just ate at the Olive Garden the other day for my brother's birthday, and I had a lot of tomato, and like, it didn't cause my hand to break out that badly. Oh yeah, we definitely won this. You can't be Italian and be allergic to tomatoes. That's what I constantly keep saying. Like, if I'm allergic to tomatoes, I'm just gonna have to learn to put up and shut up. Because, like, denying an Italian tomatoes is, like, the worst thing you could possibly do. You aren't even Italian anymore if you can't eat a tomato. The Nintendo gluten allergy. They should just call it the Nintendo autism. That would be the best thing ever. Oh yeah, I can't wait to play Splatoon 4 on my Nintendo autism. Cause like both the things are pretty they're pretty related. When you think about it, like it's a lot of people that like Nintendo and they're rather autistic. Like me. Nintism. Oh my god. Part of me would just also like the Nintendo 2, 3, 4, like how the PlayStation has always just been PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's like it's so funny because you could just tell where Sony went to shit. PS4 and above is just like where Sony is just nothing. They're not a good company anymore. None of the games you want to play are like on any of those consoles besides Bloodborne. It works best for their marketing, I guess, because like it trains people to love the brand, but Nintendo always confuses consumers because all Nintendo consoles are very different from one another. So like when you have the Wii U, instead of calling it the Wii 2, they should have called it the Wii 2 instead of the Wii U, and it probably would have actually performed better. But no, when you're using things like U as describers, it just is a marketing nightmare. People think it's an add-on, an accessory. That person's name is Asbestos. Yummy Asbestos. The house guts, the cotton candy. Asbestos is the pink house cotton candy, right? Wait, who the fuck did I kill? I wonder what my friends are up to on this spooky nights. Everyone's doing their Halloween games. I'm kind of like, I'm wondering who's doing what. Oh, you want to know something that like makes me really sad? When someone streams Illbleed and the month isn't October. I feel like it being October, you have to play Illbleed during October to be fully immersed, or at least around October. You gotta be building up to Halloween. But it's such a perfect Halloween game. The part of me is always like, hey Rick, just do an Illbleed stream in like the middle of July, or like... it feels wrong to me. But it would be funny to like start trying to speedrun the game. But I wouldn't be a good speedrunner at Illbleed, I'm pretty sure. But I could definitely, like, play it fast. I could beat the game in under, like, 3 hours. Maybe 4. Because Illbleed is, like, extremely short when you skip all the cutscenes, and you know all the trap locations. Watching Halloween 3 Season of the Witches in February. I guess that's, like, more of a pagan thing, or pagan. However it's pronounced. You have to upgrade your tism if you want to become a speedrunner. Yeah, I don't have the correct autism to be a speedrunner. I just have the autism that makes me obsessed with random Scrimblow games, but not necessarily, like, the autism that is, like, super mathematician, that has a photographic memory of, like, every single thing. I will forget things. I will forget them. I will struggle on a puzzle that I've done a billion times. but I just don't have the numbers memorized. It's like my kind of autism. Big slut for Illbleed, but can't speedrun it. Remembering all the, like, because there's 3 different tracks to where all the traps can spawn. And those are like, they vary between each stage. So if you get like Home Run of Death, you get track A. It doesn't mean you're gonna get track B in Wood Puppets. So they're kind of like scrambled and randomized in that way. So in order to speedrun Illbleed, you gotta like memorize each and like 3 different tracks for each of the maps, and then like for those like, well, because Queen Worm doesn't have any traps in it, that one's pretty much always statically the same. But for the other 5 stages, you need to essentially remember 15 different trap maps and where they're all gonna be. And that's like a lot to remember for only 5 stages. So you have to like route every stage except Queen Worm like in 3 different ways and adjust on the fly. And that takes a lot of autism. But at that point, I would just hate Illbleed. I wouldn't like it anymore because it would just become so frustrating and I would, like, completely know everything. I know my fair share of, like, healthy things about Illbleed, but I'm learning new things about it as well as time goes on and I watch more speedrunners play it. I'm learning some of the more mechanics that I never really understood before, like how battles actually worked and, like, the counterattacks being necessary to actually kill enemies. Because that's, like... It seems like some encounters go on longer than they overstay their welcome. It's like, this thing should be dead. I should have depleted all of its hit points. Are the hit points random? No, you just gotta get a counter on the enemy. And then they'll die. That pushes them over the 1 hit point threshold that they'll be stuck at otherwise. Resident Evil 3 randomizes their puzzle solutions and enemy layout. I had never beat Resident Evil 3. I haven't, like, beaten a lot of the Resident Evil games, sadly. I was, like, never really good at Resident Evil. One day, maybe I'll, like, go and tackle those games on stream, but this Halloween season, I didn't see too many people, like, play Resident Evil, because there's just too many people, like, want to get into the survival horror games, and they're all just redirected to Resident Evil. Instead of like all the other cool survival horror games that failed because everyone was obsessed with Resident Evil at the time that they were relevant. I'm always a little bit bitter about that. I like the Resident Evil series, but like, it just, people just use Resident Evil as a frame of reference for like every horror game. And it set a lot of unfair standards and screwed over a lot of really cool games. You look at all the fucking old video game magazine reviews of horror games and this doesn't play like Resident Evil. What the hell is this Illbleed thing? Why are the enemy encounters like an RPG? I'm walking through this house and things are killing me and there's nothing I can do. Bad game design. Shit like that. As the light when I was playing Dead Beacon because they had fucked up Alone in the Dark traps. I don't know what either of those games, well, I don't know what Dead Beacon is. And like, I feel like I know what Alone in the Dark is, but it's such a generic name that could be like 4 different games in my mind right now. I don't know, I think a lot of people's Halloween game choices are a little bit lame when it comes to streamers. Nothing against mouthwash, but like I've seen too many people stream that lately. And so I'm not gonna play that on stream anytime soon. Adjust myself in my chair. I'm someone that just likes weird stuff. I like when weirder games get spotlight, so as big as a attendee as I am, you're not gonna see me play a lot of Zelda or Mario games on stream and like crowd pleasers. And that rule extends into stuff like Silent Hill is like my favorite survival horror series, and we see how badly Silent Hill gets fucked over in every aspect possible. I was like talking about this, but like the boss battles in the remake for Silent Hill 2 look like fucking like they play like fucking Dark Souls fights. The monsters are just jumping around and doing giant roars that stun you in place, and like they look like it plays like a fucking Dark Souls fight. And some people are like, "Oh man, I'm down with that. That sounds cool." And I'm like, people don't play Silent Hill for the combat. They're very story-driven games, heavy narrative, heavy like artistic and environment and ambiance, and like it builds a more, you know, dreadful environment, a more spookier, scarier experience. When the boss is jumping around like a fucking Dark Souls encounter, like you're not gonna be that spooked. You're gonna go action mode. I feel like it tonally kind of like ruins it, for me at least. But modern gamers love that shit. That's like everything has to be Dark Souls now. Everything has to be a Souls-like. I have to feel like I'm fighting a fucking MMO monster, an MMO boss or something, when I do the boss encounters. All the boss fights in Silent Hill 2 are dog shit in the original. But like they're claustrophobic arenas, and just like, you know, being put in a tiny little space with Pyramid Head, it's honestly scary, and it's tough on hard mode, because a single hit could basically kill you. I did try out a little bit of Silent Hill 2 hard mode before I decided, like, yeah, I'm gonna go insane playing this on stream. I'm not gonna fucking do hard mode, because it just does not feel tuned right. And most people agree that Silent Hill 2 is not a game that you should want to play on hard mode anyways. The more you try and gamify Silent Hill, the worse it is, I think, is the moral of the story here. Dead Beacon was this indie survival horror I found on YouTube because I was curious about it. Slapped my balls too hard, but I laughed really hard at the weird trap and enemies they expected through. I don't think I ever heard of Dead Beacon. There's like so many games now that are trying to be Resident Evil or like old survival horror. I know Crow Country is really good. I haven't like played that yet at all. People love the Silent Hill 2 remake. It's not entirely that bad of a remake, but me personally, I don't think it needed to exist. I rather would have had a brand new Silent Hill game if they were gonna be that competent at it, and then we probably would have been able to say like, wow, finally a good new Silent Hill game. But no, they already had to take the one that's considered the fucking masterpiece that everyone jacks off, and basically Silent Hill 2 ruined the entire franchise because no other Silent Hill game is going to be able to compare to Silent Hill 2 in terms of how legendary and how amazing of a game it is. Everyone's going to copy Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head's always going to be the fucking the face of Silent Hill. In the eyes of normies, like, that kind of ruined the entire franchise. you have to have Pyramid Head now. It doesn't make any sense if he appears in like Silent Hill for any other characters, but nope, he's just there now. He's a permanent thing. Any symbolism is like kind of thrown out the window now. He's supposed to be exclusive to James, but no. Now you could play Dead by Daylight and run around as Pyramid Head and chase Heather, and then you could play Silent Hill Homecoming, and then you'll see Pyramid Head. And then you'll go see the Silent Hill movie, which is supposed to be a movie about Harry, or at least around Silent Hill 1, but then Pyramid Head is also there, so... I don't know, I don't think Silent Hill fans and, like, people that aren't Silent Hill fans don't even really know what they fucking want from the franchise, and it's just one giant confused mess of people arguing back and forth about, like, retcons and lore, and, like... It just nothing makes any sense with it. It is just like, let Silent Hill die, please. I love this series. Just please let it die. Yeah, Crow Country does its own thing enough that I hold it to high esteem and despite. Yeah. That game's made by the Snipper Clips developers, who are old animators from Newgrounds, too. That used to make animations, I think, about how bad the video game industry was getting, which is funny, because, like, yeah, they saw that years ago, and then they made some great games. So people that were actually passionate about video games are more in tune with what people wanted and how to make a good game than, like, the suits that fucking throw money at the wall to remake the same fucking game 5 million times, even though it's still, like, not even 10 years old or whatever. Fucking Sony's like, what, remaking The Last of Us or something? And it's like, that game doesn't need a remaster, it's not even that old. Why the fuck are you remastering something that is, it's... I wish Snipper Clips was a game that had online play, because I'm never going to be able to experience that game with a friend, and it's locked on Nintendo hardware, which is the biggest crime. Because it's exclusively Nintendo and exclusively couch co-op, my lonely ass will derive no enjoyment out of that because I don't have friends IRL to play games with. The closest I got to playing it was with an ex, and it was just a demo, and then she wasn't even, like, enjoying it or, like, trying. Maybe one day I'll have the perfect gamer girlfriend, and we'll do a collab together, and we'll play Snipper Clips, and it'll just be us screaming at each other and trolling each other, and it'll be a great grand time. It's like the perfect couple game to play, honestly. Still somehow winning, though. Stick with the classics, and if something actually new appears, check it, but don't expect it to be good. Yeah, it's like the MMO craze after World of Warcraft. Everyone trying the same, so everything became boring for a long time. Yeah. Oh, I nearly burped right there. I don't know if my microphone picked that up, like the burp just came up through my throat and just like expelled itself while I was talking, because I'm gross. I like giving new things a chance. I'm not like the fucking set in my ways old boomer that hates everything. There are new games that do pique my interest and that I want to check out. It's just also I'm just also an insufferable hipster and a boomer, and if everything is everyone's doing the same thing if everyone's doing the same thing, then I don't want to do that thing. And so I will just wait on playing a good game. If I'm gonna stream it, that is. Streaming does change your relations with games, though. Sometimes you don't want to play something entirely offline and by yourself. Sometimes you want to share that experience, because if you have to play the same game 2 times, and it's a long game, then it's like, well, damn, I missed out an opportunity to share something with someone. Burp sadly couldn't be heard. Okay, good, good. You gotta pay up for that one. Or check out the Christmas Nights VOD when I gave one away for free for Christmas. We're almost free. This VOD has been 4 hours now. We're at the 4-hour mark. You know, if I did better at my pro matches, I probably would have been done already. Okay, see you later. Going to watch the VOD now. That is like a really good VOD, because that was like my first Christmas stream. And so it was like the ultimate Christmas game was Christmas Nights. I don't want to be one of those streamers, though, that, like, belches on stream and all that, like, and have a burp counter. I think that's too embarrassing. I may make myself out to be a depressed slob, but, like, I kind of like to, you know... I kind of like to not be completely repulsive. Wifey, hubby, Jesus Christ. What? What do you mean, wifey, hubby? Oh, is that like someone's name in Splatoon? Yeah, at this point, I kind of just like, okay, they're player names. I tune out player names in Splatoon. You kind of like just don't even care anymore after a while. Because people name themselves the dumbest fucking shit. And sometimes they sneak politics and like all kinds of shit into the game. So like, it's one of those games where like someone's gonna have a really bad name, and I'm just like gonna be completely blind to it. And hopefully I don't ever get in trouble for someone else's username in a video game, you know? There's a lot of that in Splatoon. Like, none of these are people to me. None of these people exist. If I recognize their name, it's because it's probably, like, funny, or, like, it's just fart or something. Or just, like, having a party over here. A free win. I'll take it. I'll take it. We're just all having a good time. We're just sick of all the mirror matches. Why can't more matches be like this? This is what peace looks like. My brain was my brain was in autopilot that I didn't register that we were like trying not to kill each other at first. Or maybe we all just gave up when we realized like none of this matters. I guess they let the turquoise win because it was like the closest to our color anyways. God damn. Maybe 2 or so more matches. And I'll be done with this shit. This is what happens after like every Splatoon stream, is I just get so burnt out on the gameplay. Like my brain is like, alright, I want to be done with Splatoon. I want to be done. This isn't like when I played Splatoon 1 and did every single Splatfest. I wasn't streaming it back then, so what would happen would be, alright, well I got halfway through, I'll do the other half a couple hours from now. No, me streaming this is like, in a single sitting, basically. Go all the way to the final rank. Sleepy. Have a good night, Prisma. Thanks for dropping by. Sploon is fun, but not fun enough that I want to do Turf War all day, every day, like some of these crazy children playing this game. I think the novelty of Splatoon has worn off since the first game. And the more solved it becomes, the less magical the experience is. Like, when everyone first started playing, they would paint walls, because they're like, oh, that'll also count towards the score. No, painting a wall doesn't count towards the score at all. That's why a lot of walls you see now are, like, unpaintable. Like, you can't paint them. Just to tell players, like, hey, just paint walls as a shortcut and an escape mechanism. All that matters is the paint on the ground. Then kills don't really matter unless, like, you're pushing the enemy out of territory and, like, controlling the map. Hell yeah, 2 beacons from my team. I can't believe they just, like, let me take that. Then again, it was an orange team, so they figure, like, we're still getting half of the win anyways, so... I've just been really bad at Tricolor and, like, killing the non-majority team. Instead of, like, working with the opposing to take down the controlling team. But I'm going for the win. I guess technically you don't have to work together, because like the team that wins still gets the majority of the points. I think that's how it works. Just let me take your territory, please. Your delicious, scrumptious territory. The more I have of it, the more you'll win anyways. Let me secure it. Sometimes it feels like overall paint instead of just like Turf War 2. Because that feels like we're not going to win, but we're going to win for some reason. I never really looked too much into the calculations of how Tricolor battles work. And if it's like just paint over time that gets the majority, or like if it is really Turf War. It's harder to break down because it's like a 3-way. God, fucking 9 points short, god damn it. They're 6 points short. Ugh. Almost free. I want to go see what everyone else is streaming tonight. On this October 26th, close to I was about to say Christmas, but this Hallows Eve. Oh god, like the Christmas invasion is just so I love Christmas, but man, they need to like... Retail has really like fucking ruined the holidays for everyone. Yeah, we'll just stop celebrating Halloween and October will just be for Christmas. I never mess around with this dummy. I find it's just so funny you could just kill yourself with the dummy if you're bored. Come on, give me my final match. And then watch it be a disconnect, and I'm gonna like be pissed off because I wanna end this. We got Toast and Toasty. 2 toasts in the same stream? What the? In the same match? What the fuck? And it's a mirror match, so nothing we do is gonna matter. Hate Splatoon. Please understand, I've done every single Splatfest. This happens every time. I'm so burnt. You can't play the same thing for like hours and hours, and like there's no variance in between what really happens during Splatoon. It's kind of just the same formula. Where am I? That person's name is pretty good. See, I'll recognize names that's like something like that. Just, where am I? Oh. I'm like really curious to see if the open beta VR chat fixed that issue I was talking about earlier where I can't watch Twitch streams in VR chat anymore. Because like something broke with video players and how it authenticates videos. I want that comfort back in my life, to just be able to go in the VR chat and like hang out in a comfy world and like throw up a stream with a friend. See who drops by, who wants to hang out. Because, like, I can't do that anymore. I haven't really been doing that. I've just been, like, just privately hanging out. Doing world exploration or, like, just checking out the Halloween maps for this year, which... I don't know, a lot of the Halloween spookality maps for VR chat, I'm not vibing with. I don't like them. Not enough of the maps that I like out of VR chat were being submitted this year, I guess. Or, like, maybe just the judges for VR chat just... don't pick the good stuff. Who knows? I feel like there's less content creators for VR chat nowadays. Because at this point, just make your own game. Because it's probably not profitable to make a free game in VR chat. And have a bunch of people like steal your ideas. I don't know. Game creation is hard. But like any game that's like open for any creators to make anything, I noticed that trend of like... they realize instead of making mods for an already existing game and making someone else rich, they decide to make their own game instead. Which is, you know, kind of like a universally good thing to do, though. It's like something like the Nintendo, like, developer garage or whatever the fuck it was called kind of failed, because it's like you're buying a Nintendo product to make mini-games within that very enclosed bubble, when you could just, like, make a game yourself. Roblox is kind of like the ultimate example, too, of a free marketplace where at least the creators do make money off of what they make in Roblox. And so there's more incentive to make games within Roblox because they're actually profitable. But like if you're doing mods for like, say, Overwatch or Apex Legends or... you know, games that are heavily controlled by the company that owns them, you're better off just making your own game. Warcraft 3 modding used to be a huge thing, and then Blizzard killed that. And then they got really bitter that they didn't own the rights to Dota. So when Ice Frog or whatever his name is sold the Dota brand to Valve, and Blizzard found out they didn't own the rights to MOBAs and Dotas and shit, they got pissed off and changed the end user license agreement for Warcraft 3 and did an update which broke tons of legacy mods and shit. And the new EULA basically said, we own the rights of everything that you make for our game now. And it's funny because like the tower defense stuff too, like that just turned into balloons, or it's like your monkeys and you're popping balloons or whatever. Very basic shit that you would like, either play as games on Newgrounds or like as old Warcraft 3 mods, and they just became their own standalone popular games that everyone loves now because they were such good formulas. And of course, you know, people stole ideas. They got inspired by the old things. People just originally made mods like that for free, and then unfortunately, like, that's kind of like the sad thing is like if you do make something that's like super popular like that and it's a mod in a game and someone takes that mod and like makes it a standalone game and makes millions of dollars, your idea just kind of got stolen. And the corporations are mad because they can't steal your ideas and claim them as their own. Let's watch them dance for a bit. Oh, that show. That actually had Jonan Vasquez working on it. Which is like the only reason why I know what the fuck it is. So I'm like, these character designs are very reminiscent of Jonan Vasquez, and like, oh yeah, he was a character designer for that. I never seen the show. I can't even remember what the fuck the name of it is, but yeah, it wasn't like entirely Jonan Vasquez's thing, but he did design the characters, I believe. I can't remember the name of that. Or is that supposed to be from that show? Maybe it's just like that person's OC. Like, I don't know. I think that's based on the show. I think that's what the character looked like. Yeah, Squee was my favorite Jonan Vasquez comic, honestly. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac was alright, but Squee was like him at his prime, in my opinion. Squee had a lot of variety to it. Very inspirational for early artist Rick. Yeah, there we go. I'm on the 100 battle podium. I have a victory. The variety mob. It would have been perfect if we all had the witch hats. We would have been unified and being our wizard selves. Speaking of being a wizard, I wonder how many people that play Splatoon are actually virgins. There's a whole joke of, if you reach the age of 30 without having sex, you basically become a wizard. All of them. Alright, alright, alright. That is... There's nothing else I can remember to do in Splatoon, but I got max rank, this is the end of this Splatoween. Will there be a third Splatoween? Tune in next year. We'll see how things are going. But by then, I probably expect Splatoon 4 will have been announced and be a launch title for the whatever the new Nintendo console is. Maybe who knows? It could be anything. Anything can happen. My big goofy hat blocking out the chat. Yeah, thank you guys for the Grand Festival stream was like pretty lonely. I ended up getting a little bit sad towards the end of it. Maybe a lot sad, but like a lot of people stuck by around this time and chat with me and visited me during the Splatoween. So this was like a better like kind of finale than the Grand Festival was, I guess. I don't know. Funny how things work. Like Splatoon streams are either like horrible or they're either great. It like depends. Like this is why I always like feel a little bit conscious about streaming the Splatoon streams. But thank you for watching. We're not gonna like spend much time. I don't really have much else to say. It's been like 4 hours, close to 30 minutes. Thank you for stream, funny wizard fella. Oh, I didn't even realize most of like why people might be picking Team Wizard is because of the virginity meme. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. The sudden realization just kicked in. Yeah, I'm thinking like, haha, funny witch team. I'm like, no, Team Virgin. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. Okay. Fucking, I need to go get something to eat. The only thing I've eaten today are peanut butter sandwiches and pumpkin cookies. Cause like immediately after like the Final Fantasy XIV Halloween event stream and the mention of pumpkin cookies, I'm like, you know what? I want those shortbread pumpkin sugar cookies. And after work, I went to the store. I grabbed a tray of them. I thought they didn't have them at first, but they were just putting them out, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I grabbed them. They're really fresh. They're really good. I just been snacking on those randomly. And it's not Halloween without those goofy little pumpkin cookies. So yeah. I might go out and get something to eat. Who knows? Maybe go to Sonic's, get the perfect fall treat. The Witch's Brew. Nah. It really depends on like what I have coupons for and what like is most cost effective. I'd like to be a fat ass and get something nice, but I'm kind of at the same time like I gotta be frugal. Maybe just have something at home. Who knows? It could just be like if I get too lazy and too hungry, then I just start pouring a bowl of Cheerios or Rice Krispies. And then it's like the sad boy depressed dinner. The perfect fall treat, a tummy ache. It didn't give me a tummy ache. When I had it, it was a beautiful looking slushy. It didn't look as awful as everyone else's. It was like a great green color. All the boba pearls were like unbursted and looked nice, and like there's a big amount of like vanilla ice cream on the top of it. It really was the perfect fall treat. It really was. Like I was the one person in the universe that got the most beautiful looking Witch's Brew slush from Sonic's. Everyone else was getting fucking swamp water slushies, and I'm like, damn, I got ripped off. Where's my ugly slushie? You got the gross version, but it tasted great. Yeah, it's a great combination. Green apple, vanilla ice cream, and caramel. It's like it hit right. It hit right. I would like another one before October is over. So yeah. Anyways, let's go out to the porch. All right. Let me see who is online, who I could potentially send you guys to. Seems like literally everyone is online tonight. I'm honestly not sure who to send you guys to. It's a lot of big streamers tonight, but not a lot of like the smaller like indie ones that I would rather send you guys towards. So, you know, not really any games I'm like digging either from all the choices. Is anyone even like playing Illbleed right now? No one's playing Illbleed right now. I can't even send you guys the fucking Illbleed right now. Damn, like I'm okay. Whatever, we'll go raid the Green Goon. Anyways, thank you guys for watching tonight. Thank you guys for lurking. If you're following me on YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky, Twitter, if you're watching the VODs, thank you very much as well. I appreciate all the support. I hope my VODs age well and that people find comfort in them and like watching them. And in the same way that I have a lot of old Let's Plays and like streams that I like to pull up when I need to go to bed, and it's nice to have those things still. And I don't know, I hope maybe one day my VODs might be something like that for someone out there. Like, oh yeah, this is my favorite Rickubus stream. I like listening to his voice. I like the game that he plays. Like, I have a really old favorite Let's Play series called Spike and Barley, Afraid of Monsters, an old like Half-Life 1 mod. And sometimes I pull that up when I need to go to bed. But it's like the most unrelaxing thing ever because it's two guys like screaming constantly at each other. But there's just something like very comfy about it that I just generally like. And like, it's been a dead channel for years. They don't stream anymore. They don't do anything. I think like one of them is still around and streaming, but you know, it's just like a nice, weird, obscure comfort series that I like to watch every so often. They're like a really good like Let's Play duo. It's a shame about whatever happened that made them not want to be a Let's Play duo anymore. I guess life just gets in the way. Sorry for the tangent. Yeah, thanks for watching the VODs and all that. Hopefully that means I'm doing something right if you are. Take care, have a good night. I'll see you guys around. Oyasumi. Farewell. Bye-bye.